to order of the Standing Committee on International Trade, pursuant to the order of reference, Thursday, February 6, 2020, Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. For witnesses in this segment, we have from the Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance, Brian Ennis, Vice President, and Claire Chouteau, the Executive Director. Welcome. We have the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, Bob Lowe, Vice President, and Fawn Jackson, Manager, Environmental and Sustainability. And from the Canadian Labour Congress, Hassan Youssef, President, and Chris Roberts, National Director. And the United Steelworkers, Ken Newman, National Director, and Mark Rollison, Executive Assistant to the National Director. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for taking the time to come out and appear before the committee today. We will start with Mr. Ennis.
Merci de nous avoir invités. Aujourd'hui, au nom de
Thank you for having invited us to speak on behalf of CAFTA, the voice of Canadian agri-food exporters, regarding the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement.
Very simple message. CAFTA calls for the swift ratification of CUSMA to ensure continued stability in the North American market and strongly urges parliamentarians in both houses to pass Bill C-4 quickly. CAFTA represents the 90% of farmers who depend on trade and producers, manufacturers, agri-food exporters who want to grow the economy through better and competitive access to international markets. This includes the beef, pork, meat, grain, cereals, pulses, soybean, canola, as well as the milk, sugar, and processed food industries. Together, CAFTA members account for more than 90% of Canada's agri-food exports, which in 2019 reached over $60 billion and support about 1 million jobs in urban and rural communities across Canada. A significant portion of these jobs and these sales would not exist without competitive access to world markets.
Yet despite this incredible success, we're facing unprecedented uncertainty. Predictability has been eroded, and governments are putting in place tariffs and non-tariff measures that blatantly contradict trade rules. It's happened here in North America, and it's happening abroad. Last spring, CAFTA released a prescription for what's required from trade agreements in this new environment. Realizing Canada's export potential in an unpredictable and fiercely competitive world outlines what is required for Canadian agri-food exports to continue to set records. Our first recommendation at CAFTA is to preserve and enhance access to key export markets. And that is exactly what ratifying and bringing CUSMA into force as quickly as possible will do. We understand the nationalist noises swirling around. We saw it firsthand when we attended negotiation rounds for CUSMA in all three capitals. And it's why we applauded when Canada concluded talks last fall. And it's why CAFTA welcomed the end of aluminum and steel tariffs. We appreciate the value of tariff-free markets, because for the agri-food industry, tariff-free access has been incredible for our sector. Over the last 25 years, Canadian agri-food exports to the U.S. and Mexico have nearly quadrupled under NAFTA. They've gone from $9 billion in 1993 to $34 billion in 2019. And today, the U.S. and Mexico are our first and fourth largest markets, representing about 55% of all of our agri-food exports from Canada. We at CAFTA support CUSMA because it builds on the success of NAFTA. It preserves our duty-free access to North American markets, and it's this duty-free access that is the foundation of the success of our sector. Our members, including the hundreds of thousands of farmers, ranchers, food processors, and agri-food exporters across the country, rely on trade for their livelihood. And we're very pleased that the Canadian government is taking steps to ensure CUSMA is brought into force.
Our members emphasize the following outcomes as key benefits of the new CUSMA. The agreement contains no new tariffs or trade restricting measures. All agricultural products that have zero tariffs under NAFTA will remain at zero tariffs under CUSMA. Maintaining predictable duty-free access to the North American market is a major win for Canada's agriculture and agri-food exporters, which will help strengthen the supply chains that have been developed for the past generations across North America. The new agreement includes meaningful progress on regulatory alignment and cooperation. In particular, I would note the establishment of the Working Group for Cooperation on Agricultural Biotechnology and the creation of a new Sanitary and Phytosanitary Committee, which will help ensure regulations are transparent, based on science, and that trade in North America flows freely, fairly, and abundantly. Another key benefit for our members is the preservation of dispute resolution provisions that are vital to ensuring fair and transparent processes are in place for when disagreements arise. Preserving Chapter 19 in its entirety and much of Chapter 20 from the previous NAFTA are important wins for our members. Market access improvements for Canadian agri-food exporters include increased quotas for refined sugar and sugar-containing products, as well as some gains for some processed oilseeds products like margarine. All welcome wins. All these advances will help consolidate the gains of the original NAFTA and provide certainty in the North American market, which is really essential to the success of Canadian agri-food manufacturers and exporters. In closing, CUSMA represents a meaningful upgrade to NAFTA for our members by keeping our trade tariff-free, establishing processes that help remove remaining technical barriers to trade, and maintaining vital provisions to deal with disputes. And we look forward to working with the government to bring CUSMA into force as soon as possible so that our members can realize its benefits as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Lowe for the Cattlemen's Association.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name's Bob Lowe, and I'm a rancher and feedlot operator in southern Alberta. I'm also the current Vice President of the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, the national voice of Canada's 60,000 beef operations. And I'll just add a little correction. With me is Fawn Jackson, and she's gone through the environment portfolio. She's now the Senior Manager of Government and International Affairs with the Canadian Cattlemen's Association. The CCA has long been an advocate for free trade, and today I'm here to encourage all parliamentarians to swiftly ratify CUSMA. Under both NAFTA and CUSMA, the beef industries of Canada, the United States, and Mexico have and will enjoy reciprocal duty-free trade between our countries. North America is the largest market for Canadian beef, and the integration of our markets makes us more competitive internationally. The next generation is involved in my family farming operation, and I can tell you I'm excited for their future. Last year, following the implementation of CPTPP, Canadian beef saw an impressive demand bump. Our exports overall grew 19% in value, and specifically into the Japanese market grew 68% in value. I bring this up because a similar demand increase happened following the implementation of the original NAFTA. Under NAFTA, Canadian beef exports to the U.S. grew 340% in total value, from $500 million in 1995 to $2.3 billion in 2019. Similarly, beef exports to Mexico grew over 30-fold in value, from $3.7 million in 1995 to $127 million in 2019. All of this to say that trade agreements are not only fundamental to the viability of farming and ranching operations from coast to coast, but are the foundation for growth of Canada's agricultural sector. For my cattle operation, having American buyers in the Canadian market for live cattle means that I can rest assured that I have a competitive market to sell my cattle into. Today, an example of this we are seeing in eastern Canada. Cattle producers struggling financially as a technical issue has essentially removed American cattle buyers from their market. This has resulted in significantly depressed prices and is an unfortunate example of just how important having an open and competitive North American cattle market is. Having North American buyers participate actively in the Canadian market is imperative to the financial well-being of Canadian farmers.
And it's not just reciprocal duty-free trade that is important, but also the progress on regulatory alignment, cooperation, and avoidance of factors disruptive to trade. We were quite relieved that the negotiators thwarted efforts to bring mandatory country of origin labeling back, which cost the Canadian beef industry billions of dollars between 2008 and 2015. Additionally, the new agreement includes a section that highlights the commitment to not disrupt trade through labeling. We were pleased to see the shared priority emphasized in CUSMA. We were gratified to see the creation of a new sanitary and phytosanitary committee within the agreement as well as the preservation of the dispute resolution provisions. I would also like to add that the economic outcomes are not the only highlight of growing Canadian beef export demand, but there are also many environmental benefits that go along with a vibrant Canadian beef sector. Per kilo of production, Canadian beef has less than half the average global carbon footprint, and here in the Canadian context, we know that a strong, viable beef industry is absolutely tied to the conservation of Canada's native grasslands, which is an at-risk ecosystem, and a stable store of 1.5 billion tons of carbon. So in closing, we encourage the swift ratification of Bill C4. Growth is on the horizon for export-focused Canadian agriculture, and a strong, stable North American market is absolutely fundamental to our ability to optimize that growth.
Thank you very much. On to the Canadian Labour Congress with Mr. Youssef. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Hassan Youssef, of course, and I'm the president of the Canadian Labour Congress. My colleague, of course, Chris Roberts, who is the director of our social policy department. The CLC speaks on behalf of 3 million unionized workers, men and women across the country. It's a pleasure, of course, to join you here this afternoon. Canada has always been a trading country. Exports are vital, of course, to a Canadian economy, our communities, and thousands of jobs. Our steel and auto manufacturing, forestry, agriculture, resource industry depend on trade. And Canadians, of course, support a fair trade agreement that preserve good jobs, protect the rights of labor rights, and of course preserve the ability of government to regulate in the public interest. I participate in the Government Advisory Council in providing, of course, input during the renegotiations of NAFTA. Canadians of unions, of course, welcome the important gains for workers contained in the updated Canadian-US-Mexico agreement. These gains include the elimination of Chapter 11, Investor State Dispute Settlement IDS provision in NAFTA, enforceable labor rights provision that are incorporated in the CUSMA as a standalone chapter in the agreement, the inclusion of a provision restricting the import of goods produced by forced labor, increase their North American content requirements for vehicle, and a new labor, of course, value content requirement in auto manufacturing. The elimination of NAFTA Energy Chapter, including the proportionality clause, the strengthening of NAFTA general cultural exemption in its expansion to include digital industries, and of course a clear and general exception for Indigenous rights. These exceptions means that nothing in the agreement prevents the North American government from fulfilling their legal obligations, social, economic, cultural, and moral obligation to Indigenous people. We're also pleased to see Section 232 tariff and steel and aluminum imports have been removed. These unfair tariffs cause significant hardship for Canadian workers. The elimination of Chapter 11 is an important step to protect our environment. Too often, NAFTA investment state dispute settlement process allow investors, of course, to sue Canada over legitimate measures taken to prevent, limit, and damage to the environment. The Environment Chapter in CUSMA includes new commitments to address environmental challenges. These address air quality, endangered species, ocean depletant substances, conservation for biological diversity, marine pollution, illegal wildlife trade, illegal fishing, and the depletion of fishing stocks. We regret, of course, the fact that the U.S. negotiators blocked any mention of climate change in the agreement. As a result, CUSMA contains no reference to the Paris Agreement, despite the addition of a number of multilateral environmental agreements in the updated text. The CLC, of course, welcomed the important improvement in CUSMA where the negotiated last year by the House Democrats and the U.S. Trade Representative. These improvements include, of course, restrictions on the ability to responding party to block the formation of a dispute settle mechanism panel. Changes to strengthen, of course, the prohibition of goods produced by forced labor. Changes to strengthen the protection of workers from violence and physical intimidation. The introduction of a bilateral rapid response labor mechanism to respond to the violation of freedom of association and collective bargaining rights. The removal of provision requiring 10 years market protection for biologics, and of course the reversal of the burden of proof on labor and environmental violations. This language now, of course, presumes labor, environmental violation affect trade or investment between the parties unless a responding party can demonstrate otherwise. Some areas of CUSMA continue to provide, of course, cost per constraint for Canadian workers. CUSMA makes concession in Canada supply management of agriculture by opening, of course, the markets to more U.S. dairy, egg, and poultry products. These concessions will add pressure, of course, in Canadian producers, resulting, of course, from market access granted under CETA, CPTPP. Budget 2019 commit to providing up to $3.9 billion in support for supply managed producers. However, workers in these supply managed industries are not offered any protection and support if they lose their income or work due to the ratification of CUSMA, CETA, or CPTPP. Recommend the government takes steps to ensure that these workers are not disadvantaged by the implementation of CUSMA. CUSMA facility specific rapid response labor mechanisms represent an important step forward in labor rights. However, there are few stipulations which unnecessarily limit the responsiveness and scope of a modern mechanism. These include, of course, the provision requiring the complainant to first ask the respondent to conduct its own investigation of a potential labor expert be invoked. These facilities covered by the mechanisms are, of course, limited to priority sectors such as including manufacturing, service, mining, but excludes agriculture, forestry, and the fishing industry, etc. To summarize, the gain achieved in CUSMA are undoubtedly significant. In our view, ratification of the agreement is critical to the Canadian interests as well as the well-being of workers in Canada. Parliament scrutiny of Bill C-4 is an important and necessary part of the legislative process. However, we urge the parties, of course, to pass C-4 without undue delay. With that, I welcome any question the committee might have, and thank you very much for allowing us to present here today.
Thank you. On to United Steelworkers, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the committee for the invitation to speak with you here today. I'm here as the United Steelworkers National Director, and I'm representing hundreds of thousands of Canadian workers who are members of our international union. Across North America, we represent more than 800,000 men and women who work in every sector of the Canadian and the U.S. economies, many of whom work in trade-exposed industries. And we also have formal links with organizations in Mexico. So our interest in ensuring that fair trade in Canada, United States, and Mexico agreement is very obvious. With me is my Chief Assistant, Mark Rowlandson, who will help answer any questions that you may have in both official languages. First, let me say that the final version of this agreement is an improvement to both NAFTA and the original version of CUSMA signed in 2018. Our written submission goes into greater detail, but for the few moments I have before you now, I want to focus on what remains unfinished business in this file and what pitfalls may lie ahead if shortcomings are not addressed going forward. In terms of the vital domestic steel industry, the United Steelworkers applauds the requirement that 70% of steel used in vehicles must be melted and poured in North America. This represents a step forward for the Canadian steel industry. However, the 7-year timeline for this to come into place, in my view, is just too long. The delay will allow the continued use of too much offshore steel in the auto supply chain, which will limit their growth in the Canadian steel industry. Our union also represents the vast majority of unionized workers in the aluminum sector, most of them in Quebec, and we're very disappointed that the similar provisions requiring aluminum to be smelted and poured in North America are not part of this final agreement. Prior to the conclusion of the final agreement, we have outlined our position in November of 2019 with a letter to Minister Freeland, urging her to ensure that aluminum articles that enjoy CUSMA benefits must be produced in Canada, Mexico, or the United States from primary aluminum that's smelted and poured in these countries. Instead, the final deal contains weak language that the party shall consider this given issue again 10 years from now. This is simply not good enough. As a result, CUSMA fails to ensure the high quality aluminum produced by workers making community-sustaining wages will be used in automobile production in North America. Of particular concern is the growing Mexican auto industry reliance on scrap and billets from low-cost offshore producers due to the lack of the primary smelting capacity in Mexico. As the main aluminum-producing country in CUSMA, it was incumbent on Canada to insist on this protection for the Canadian aluminum producers and its workers. It's disappointing that Canada government failed in this regard. The steelworkers were at the forefront of the fight for the full cancellation of the U.S. tariffs on Canadian steel for the bogus national security reasons that were put forth. Unfortunately, CUSMA side letters still leave open the possibility for future 232 tariffs. We believe that the government must continue to push for a full and sustained commitment from the United States that it will not deem steel, aluminum, or other products from Canada a threat to their national security. Canada has also collected $1.2 billion from the tariffs imposed on retaliation for the U.S. 232 measures. That money should be invested in the Canadian steel and aluminum industries, in particular in the training of our workforces to meet the demands of the 21st century industrial economy. Let me now ask you to look at the forest industry. Chapter 10 of CUSMA, which is Section B, deals with anti-dumping and countervail duties, will not protect our forest sector because it does not prevent the U.S. from applying duties to softwood lumber. This dispute has never been resolved, and Canada has once again missed the opportunity to permanently settle this issue before us. Meanwhile, our union represents more than 20,000 forestry workers who have experienced layoffs and uncertainty because of this failure. What is needed to sustain this vital industry is a combination of trade and domestic measures that promote value-added manufacturing. As I said at the outset, the steelworkers stand in solidarity with the independent Mexican trade unions. While CUSMA improves the prospect of free collective bargaining in Mexico, the proof will be in the enforcement remediation for suspected violations of free collective bargaining as set out in Chapter 30. We repeat, we told this committee in the last Parliament that the Labour chapter should have been included core conventions of the International Labour Organization. These should be included in any future trade agreements that Canada negotiates. We're also concerned that Article 23.9 is not strong enough to protect workers from discrimination. More generally, the Labour chapter will only achieve its stated goal of raising the labour standards in North America if all three governments take their role of enforcing these rights seriously. This means putting in place mechanisms that will ensure that Mexico, the U.S., and Canada are living up to the labour commitment under CUSMA. We are disappointed that there is no gender chapter and no reference to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. All three of our countries should have committed to this 21st century obligation to righting the wrongs of colonialism. On procurement, our union is also concerned about allowing increased U.S. access to Canadian agriculture and dairy markets. In contrast, Canada did not make any gains on obtaining access to the large U.S. government procurement market. A significant misstep in our view are the provisions of Chapter 28, which allow advance notice to corporations of any impending regulatory changes that affect food safety, rail safety, and workers' health and safety, amongst others. Using gentle words like harmonization, this provision undermines the ability to regulate in the public interest by providing corporations with the right to challenge the implementation of these regulations. This is unacceptable. And frankly, when looking back at events like Lac-Mégantic, that is very dangerous. The environment has not been given enough consideration in CUSMA, although some improvements were made to Chapter 24. There is no commitment to the Paris Climate Change Agreement, nor is there any reference to combating the climate change. This is out of step with everything that we come to understand about the climate crisis for the 21st century. In closing, our union will continue to advocate for a fair and progressive trade system. Rather than periodic piecemeal progress in individual trade deals, we seek a trade regime that puts working Canadians at the forefront. This means agreements that do not hamper the ability of our government to ensure high labor and environmental standards, and that do not make it easy for unfairly traded goods to enter our markets from countries with poor labor and environmental standards. Despite improvements to CUSMA, this deal is insufficient on its own to revitalize the Canadian manufacturing industry. We must use policy measures to promote domestic manufacturing and the use of Canadian-made products in infrastructure projects. We must protect our market from dumped goods from offshore by continuing to improve our trade remedy system, including allowing unions to initiate trade cases and not merely to just participate. And we demand a more meaningful analysis of sectoral and employment impacts of trade agreements, including real consultation and collaboration. I thank you for the opportunity, and Mark and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newman. On to our questioners. Mr. Hoback.
For being here this afternoon as we deal with a very important issue and move forward. I'm going to quickly start off with the ag guys and then move forward to Mr. Newman because there's a few questions I have for you. In regards to the NAFTA agreement and from the ag perspective, do you see any issues here that we should be really concerned about? Is there anything that sets off an alarm and says, "Oh, this could be a problem," whether it's phytosanitary, how we deal with things at the border, or is this just business as usual and we just want to get it done and get bankable stable and keep moving forward? So maybe Mr. Lowe, I'll start with you and then I'll move to Mr. Ennis.
From the beef perspective, the important thing is stability of the markets and get it going. We live in a pretty unstable world where trade comes, and this is an opportunity to stabilize that. Okay. That's what we're looking for. For beef, we're basically the same as NAFTA was before, and it worked very well before. So
yeah, without cool.
Exactly, without cool.
Mr. Ennis? Or Claire?
With respect to the rest of CAFTA's membership, we support the swift implementation because it provides stability. There are a number of barriers that remain that prevent full and free trade in North America, but by maintaining NAFTA, it enables the stability that enables us to grow, and that's why it's important to pass.
Yeah, you know, and one thing we've been as conservatives, we've been very aggressively trying to move forward on this piece of legislation and this bill to get it done with, but we still in the same breath have to respect that there's problems with the legislation and that those people need to have a chance so this government can actually tell us how they're going to mitigate those problems. But I think in the ag sector, from what I can tell, most parts, they're pretty comfortable with it. They're happy with the bankability and the stability, and they don't see any reason to hold up. They'd rather see it move forward, and we hear you. Mr. Newman, you talked about the forestry workers. You know, we had this forestry fund set aside for forestry workers, yet I can't tell you where it went. Can you tell me where that money went, and can you say, did it have any impact on our forestry workers?
Well, it surely hasn't any impact on our members, and matter of fact, our members are struggling quite significantly because the fact is that forestry is not something new to any government. There's been numerous governments that have been before. We've been successful before, be it the WTO. We've won every single case, and the fact of the matter is that we're still here today, and we still don't have a solution that you got the Americans have the ability to impose a duty. And right now, there's a duty of in excess of 20%. Yep. The market is soft. And the fact is that we're having layoffs, and we've had, had some disputes. So it's a tough situation. So we've not seen that big flow of money to. There's been some interim adjustments when there's been some, the beetle situation. But overall, is that our members are struggling, and that's why we're disappointed there's been no solution.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I just only got 5 minutes. Have you talked about mitigation? Have you done any analysis yourself, the impact on the forestry side of things? Because we've been waiting for this economic analysis from the Liberal Party for a while, and we finally got a motion for it today that it actually will come here to this committee. But, we have to do our due diligence. Have you done any work on the economic analysis of NAFTA, or have you got anything that you could offer in regards to that?
Maybe Mark can answer that. He deals with the trade stuff.
On forestry sector specifically, all we know is that about 8 mills have closed in Western Canada in the last 8 or 9 months as a result of the softwood lumber duties. The problem, the package that you mentioned that was announced by the government at the time the duties were reimposed, at that time, prices in the forestry sector were very high.
still too high.
And so none of that money really went out the door. And then, unfortunately, now that our members really need it, it doesn't appear to be available.
So
that's sort of the problem
Have
we
you
have.
talked about, when I talk about mitigation then, in light of this situation, the scenario of these mills being shutting down, have you presented to this government a plan that would mitigate some of the harm that the fact that we don't have a softwood lumber agreement included in NAFTA or in a side chapter? How would you like to see that
we
progress?
have presented a number of plans to both provincial governments and also to the federal governments. I mean, the first thing we need is those illegal softwood lumber duties lifted. That's the first thing that we need. It is an integrated North American market, but we also, the other thing that we have, as Ken mentioned, it's essential that we have more value-added manufacturing in the forestry sector, in the wood sector in this country, rather than just shipping raw logs offshore as we are currently doing. So the plan needs to include fair trade, which we don't currently have, and more value-added manufacturing in Canada. That's how you're going to create jobs in the forestry sector.
So that's something we could look at as a committee is what can we do to help you get that value out of the forestry products here in Canada, utilized here in Canada. Is that fair to say?
Well, just on the value added, that's an issue that we've been raising for years and years and years. We've been ringing that bell. The fact is that you continue to cut the logs, you float them up the river, you load them onto a ship, you send them over to Asia, and it comes back maybe as this furniture that we're currently sitting at. It makes absolutely no sense. We've been blowing that horn. We've seen mill after mill after mill that's closed down. Softwood has been around not just yesterday or 2 years ago. It's been around for many years. We've been successful and before the courts, and we're still struggling with it today. And we've got, we've lost thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs, and those jobs aren't going to be coming back.
Yeah, that's really sad. I'm proud of we done, am I?
You got 40 seconds left.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Lowe. I just want to talk a little bit about the beef sector quickly again. You have a feedlot in southern Alberta. With the U.S.-China deal that's being rumored, us being part of NAFTA, does that enhance our ability or detract from it, or how do you see that impacting your operation?
I think it enhances our ability to trade with any place. You know, it seems to me if we're having trouble trading with our closest neighbor, how does any other country in the world think that they can trade with us?
As a threat at all?
Not a threat at all, no.
Okay. All right, I'll stop there, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for all of your testimony today. And it's very, very important as we undertake this tremendously important trade deal for Canada and for my riding of Sault Ste. Marie. We are a steel town, but we're also a border town, and a lot of that trade comes right through my riding. And when we talk about the 232 tariffs, I mean, we were on the front line of that battle, and it was the steel workers that played a critical role in that. And we've traveled down to Washington, with the trade committee, with the industry committee, the steel caucus, and I can tell you that the steel workers, both on the Canadian side and American side, played a critical role. Our good friend Leo was referenced by many of our American friends down there about lobbying, and one of the things that I wanted to ask about was we've made significant changes to our trade regime over the last 5 years, introduced in 2016, including the length of time in which a penalty would remain on a bad player, and some consultation, and then there was anti-circumvention, anti-scoping, etc. And the one piece was union participation, and I can tell you that having heard from the steel workers that testified here at the CITT hearings and the representations that they made were significant. And we won cases because of that particular testimony, and I think that was critical. So my question is, in particular, to your presentation, Ken, was about how your wish list would be to have the steel workers launch a case. Could you tell us how that would happen? What would be needed for that to be done for us, for the steelworkers to be able to do that successfully, like they've done with the union participation?
Well, obviously, we need a legislative change that gives us that status. The fact of the matter is that I'm sure that you can attest to this, that we work hand in hand with the companies, the Canadian Steel Producers Association, which I understand can be testifying later. We recognize the importance of these particular jobs. Mark, my assistant, spends a lot of his time in Ottawa here before the CITT. We've had people from Tenaris, we've had people from Saskatchewan, and we have people from Manitoba come and give testimony to protect, because of unfair dumping, that we have people that we can't continue. Just recently, we're getting favorable decisions. Our counterpart in the United States, our union has access. We have access to file trade cases on rubber, tire. We have filed in excess of 80 cases. I think it's close to 90. And the fact is that we work hand in hand with the employers to protect those jobs in those communities. Currently, what we have, it was a step in the right direction when the minister, Morneau, made an amendment that we have with the right to participate, but that doesn't give us the right to actually file a complaint when we can see, pipe coming by our facility in Calgary or Regina, whatever the case may be. We should have that right, and that's something we're going to work towards, something we're going to expedite, and we're going to be working with the CSPA because we've got that trust. We're with them hand in hand when we were before here in Ottawa defending the interest to make sure that we're not getting pushed over by China or some of these other countries that just basically are looking for some place to dump their products. So to us, it's very important. The fact is we've lost capacity in the steel industry. You know it from the area that you come in. I'm sick and tired of bankruptcies. I'm sick and tired of our companies going out and devastation to members that work in those communities that have spent their entire life. So it means a lot to us, and we have an opportunity. It can only be done by the government seeing the need for the trade unions to have the right to file complaints on behalf of its workers.
Thank you very much, Ed. To you, Mr. Youssef, too, as well.
Yeah, just very briefly, I just want to echo the point that Ken is making. I mean, it seems quite absurd that the employers have the ability to file a complaint under the legislation, but the worker has no ability. Who speaks for the workers in regard to how these cases are viewed? And quite often, I think most of the employers obviously have a self-interest, but specifically in regard to the impact of workers, only the unions can do that in a very definitive way. And when the minister was looking at what else he can do in regard to the changes he was making, this was one of the points that we supported, of course, our colleagues and steelworkers in seeing this amendment being made. I think it'd be good for this committee to recommend because there's no obvious reason as to why unions don't have the ability to file a complaint, especially when their members are impacted by the decision of cheap import coming into the country, of course, or surge from other countries who can't get access to the States, but yet they're able to access Canada and using that. Now, there's been some good work done to monitor that, but I think more importantly, I think in the rights that the union should have to file a complaint is a fair one that's been demanded for quite some time.
Thank you very much.
Yes, 40 seconds.
40 seconds. Okay, I'll go with the question for the cattlemen, just almost a statement. I know that the cattlemen are interested in expanding. They've enjoyed some success with the TPP, a couple of tariff reductions, and I know that they're met with me about looking at areas in Northern Ontario as well to expand and to grow. And again, we're very close to the border up there, so I don't know if there's any plans in the future to look at Northern Ontario more fulsome.
Yeah, so the access that we've gained over the last number of years has seen an impressive demand signal sent to the Canadian beef industry. Last year, we saw an increase of just about 20% of our exports. So we are looking to hopefully continue to grow for the contribution that we can make to the economy and to the environment here in Canada.
Very much.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Simard Tremblay.
Bonjour. Yes, good afternoon to everyone in attendance here today, and thank you for being here. Thanks for your invaluable time that you've given us. Now, I do have a question for the United Steelworkers. As you're aware, the Bloc Québécois was very active on the aluminium file, and we condemn the disparity in the treatment between aluminium and steel. And based on your interpretation, would you confirm that there is unequal treatment? After reading your brief, it would strike me that you would have wished that the provisions be the same and equal. What would be the potential ramifications stemming from the fact that the same protections aren't offered for both?
I'm sorry if I missed part of your question because I didn't get the translation, but I think I get the gist of it, and I'll let Mark answer some of that. I think on the aluminum sector, as I said, I've had the opportunity to be to Quebec several times. I've been to Alma and I've been to the Rio Tinto facilities, and I remember prior to the tariffs being imposed, we had a commitment from Rio Tinto they're going to expand because they've seen an opportunity because the U.S. was using a lot of the aluminum. And like I say, we're very disappointed that because of what's transpired now is that That expansion is not going to head. There's no reason why you shouldn't have the same for steel and aluminum. The fact is that if you look at the tripart agreement with Mexico, if you look at the amount of vehicles that Mexico has been building, they're now building in excess of 3 million vehicles. They have surpassed Canada, which is 2.3 million. And the fact is that that's going to require some aluminum. And to us, that is a very significant factor. And I'll let Mark deal with the rest of it because he's been...
Juste brièvement,
If I may briefly, the risk is, and as Ken alluded to, the growth in the automobile sector is occurring in Mexico, and yet Mexico doesn't produce any aluminium, zero. So that begs the question, where will they get their aluminium? They'll have to come to Canada and get it. Canada is by far the biggest aluminium producer in North America under this trade zone. Now, we're seeing that they're getting more and more aluminium from China, Russia, and elsewhere. Now, the risk is, and you hit the nail on the head, there isn't the same protection as there is for aluminium as there is in the steel sector. And the potential ramification will be that the Canadian share of the market will continue to be lessened. So as things stand, Mexico could continue to get their aluminium from China. Yes, indeed, and even increase in terms of its quantity. On another issue, the Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance. You spoke about exports. As you're aware, there are provisions in the new CUSMA that would give the United States input when it comes to the exporting of Canadian milk protein, for example. From third countries or the Middle East, for example. Substrates. Response. Our mandate is to eliminate tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers in the sectors that we represent, which excludes supply-managed products. So we represent the entire agri-food sector, except the supply-managed agri-food sector. Now, under the policies and regulations to limit exports writ large, well, our members don't see them favourably whatsoever, whether it has to do with tariffs, non-tariff barriers, various quotas, duties, mandatory rules of origin, non-compliance with phytosanitary requirements, and other provisions that have to do with technical matters and other such barriers. So what you're saying is that in sectors that aren't supply managed, there are in fact advantages, but in the eyes of your members, under supply managed sectors, well, your members would have some sort of input. Well, I can only speak to the sectors that we represent, which aren't supply managed, that would place limitations on trade in some way or another, rules of origin that are restrictive, tariffs, duties. Our mandate is to eliminate these obstacles that our members see disfavourably for us, their sector. Well, I think that most members around the table are in favour of the quotas vis-à-vis the agriculture sector. How much time do I have left, Madam Chair? Well, just a very quick question, if I may, again for the United Steelworkers. When it comes to softwood lumber, from what I've understood, the changes are of a technical, cosmetic nature and don't go further than that. But having said that, the whole bargaining process has gone left by the wayside. Indeed, you're right. There haven't been any major changes. What we are seeking is a way of eliminating, getting rid of the tariffs that the United States is placing on softwood lumber. And there's nothing under CUSMA that would provide for the elimination of those tariffs and barriers. Do I have any more time? No, it's run out.
Sir Blakey.
Thank you very much. I want to just, talk a little bit about the issue of the labor chapter, and particularly the provisions for Mexico. I know in your opening remarks you had mentioned a little bit about how much is going to hinge on the enforcement of that and what enforcement of that looks like. And it seems that there is a genuine opportunity to start incorporating into a trade agreement something that would make it not just about creating opportunities for business to exploit low-wage economies in order to increase their margins, but actually start implementing some fair labor practices across borders. So I'm curious to know what you think needs to happen in order to. I know the NEP is supportive of the idea of having a committee on the Canadian side that would ensure government had access to the best advice from people in the labor movement here, but also in the business community where there are examples of successful labor relations. So I'm wondering what you envision successful enforcement looking like, what that looks like from the Canadian point of view in terms of how we optimize the potential of these clauses, and how we move forward on that. Maybe we'll start with Hassan and then go to Mr. Newman.
Given a limited time, I'll be very brief. I mean, as you know, the previous agreement, there were a number of complaints filed under the old NALC, which was part of the old agreement, the current agreement, I should say. And every single one of them has never been resolved in a satisfactory manner. It's been a complete failure. First of all, it was a side agreement with no real commitment to enforce. Mexico never lived up to this obligation. And I think this time around, at least the labor chapter is incorporated into the agreement. There's clear commitment for sanction if the countries, of course, can't live up to that obligation. I think the enforcement side of this agreement will be really critical. And certainly there is a new, of course, government at the national level in Mexico who's made a strong commitment. They want to, of course, meet their obligation because workers never really benefit from decades of the old NAFTA. If you look at the wages and working conditions have not risen, and most importantly, didn't even have a right to choose their own union. And more importantly, when they met with violence, of course, it was sanctioned by the national government. So there's just an opportunity for Canada and the United States to hold Mexico government feet to the fire to enforce this agreement. Of course, in that commitment to do so, they're going to need help because there's thousands and thousands of agreements that's been negotiated under what's called labor protection. These agreements, the workers never participated in, never chose the union, and they're still in existence. So how do we eliminate those agreements there? How do we give the workers a fair chance to choose their union democratically in a fair way, and more importantly, how do they negotiate an agreement so they can actually benefit it from the products that they're producing in that country. Canada, of course, got an obligation because we've promised Mexico to provide technical assistance. In that, we also promised to provide financial assistance, and I think it's critical. Canada gets broad advice as we can from the labor movement here, but equally hold Mexico accountable for the commitment they've made in this agreement. And when they don't live up to it, we should impose whatever sanction is necessary to bring them into compliance. That never happened under the previous agreement. The provisions in this agreement allow for that to happen.
Right on.
Well, just to add to what Hassan said, the fact is that, look, this was the line in the sand that the American labor movement and the U.S. Congress basically said that's one of the reasons that they weren't prepared to move the CUSMA ahead, and basically got the amendments that they think is appropriate. The fact is that our union is very much engaged with Mexico. You've heard of Napoleon Gomez. Napoleon Gomez, who's the president of the miners and steelworkers of Mexico. He was in exile in Canada for 12 years. The steelworkers harbored him. He's now back in Mexico, and he's a senator. And the fact is that, first of all, the labor chapter is very important. As Hassan mentioned, if you look at the labor rights that they've not lived up to, you get protectionist contracts. There's a lot of workers that work in factories that belong to union and don't even know it. And those are deals that are made and undercutting the legitimate trade union movement. And in fact, if you look at the salaries and the things that are taking place, it also affects us. So it's very important that now we've got a mechanism in place, and this is why I said in my submission that Canada, the United States, and Mexico have to be serious about it. They have to be given the infrastructure to do it. You know, I've always led to believe if you look at the current law in Mexico in regards to labor law, they have some of the best labor laws in the country or in the world. The fact is it's not enforced. So if it's not enforced, it's worthless. And this is the mechanism that we have an obligation Because if you want to continue to see the auto sector grow it grew from 1.2 million to 3.3 million. It surpassed Canada. It's just going to continue to grow at our expense because we can't compete. The big companies, they gladly would just go over to Mexico and build their auto factories. So we have an opportunity. This opportunity is that you've now enshrined some mechanisms that are going to enforce the labor laws, and that's what's crucially important. So I see that as something that was kind of a watershed with respect to moving this in direction. But it's now up to all governments, in particular Canada and the United States, to make sure that that mechanism is enforced.
Thank you.
Thank you. 45 seconds. Okay. All right. Mr. Cram.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And we're joined today by my colleague, Richard Martel, and I will be splitting my time with him.
Okay. It's going to be quick. Bonjour tout le monde. C'est pour les...
Good afternoon. My question is directed at the aluminium and United Steelworkers. There's been massive investments from... When does it go back to these massive investments in the aluminium or steel plants? When does that date back to? The most recent huge investments in made by corporations or by way of government assistance? From corporations. You're not aware? Well, honestly, it goes back quite some time. You're saying that it goes back quite some time? Well, the last steel plant that was built in Canada was in 1978. There's been investments since then, but it depends on what your definition of major or a minor investment is. There's been many small investments. I think in 1992 there was an aluminium plant built, but there hasn't been a lot over recent times. Question, do you believe that the new NAFTA will prevent development projects for new aluminium plants?
I believe that this witness is the United Steelworkers, and we seem to be asking technical specific questions about aluminum, which is another product.
Yeah, he has the time as long as he's respectful of our guests. He's free to ask.
Thank you.
Alors, juste pour clarifier, on représente la vaste majorité.
Well, just to clarify, we represent most of the unionised workers in the aluminium sector. So we don't just work in the steel sector. So that was just by way of clarification. In response to your question, well, the aluminium plants, these are global corporations we're talking about. They have to decide where they're going to invest, and usually they invest in countries where there's a guaranteed access to the market. Now, the agreement that we're reviewing today doesn't guarantee any market share, especially in Mexico or the United States.
And thank you to the members of United Steelworkers for being here today. I'm particularly glad to see you here because in my home city of Regina, Saskatchewan, we're home to Evraz Steel and United Steelworkers Local 5890. So I'm glad to be able to represent them here and to hear from you as well. With regard to pipelines, can the two of you speak a little bit about the importance of pipelines to your members, in particular with respect to job security for your members?
Well, I can tell you that that's always been an issue. The fact of the matter is, and I think you may be referring to some recent events that people were complaining in Saskatchewan in regards to the pipelines. Our position is very clear with the United Steelworkers that any pipe that's going to be laid is built by our members. We just came out of a national policy conference in Vancouver where we have our members from across the country unanimously adopted. The fact is that where pipelines are to be built that use Canadian North American products. You've got the pipelines that are being built in the United States. One of the things that we ask for in steel projects is that we make sure that in procurement situations that it's North American steel. It's not Japanese steel or it's Indian steel. It's the same thing for bridges and anything, those things that are taking place, is that we expect that any of those products that we have the ability to make. I look at our colleagues up in the Soo. The fact is that we've got a bridge that's going to be built up in the Petula Bridge in British Columbia. I'm hoping that our colleagues are going to get the contract for that. So it's no different than pipelines. So We are very much on record. The fact is that any pipelines that are being built, that they use the products of Canadian steel, and I know the facility very well that you're talking about in Regina.
Okay, very good. And given the extreme difficulty in recent years in getting pipelines approved and built in Canada, do you see any opportunities under the new NAFTA to get pipelines built in the United States with steel built by your members?
I'm not sure that this agreement is going to have much effect on U.S. energy projects. But as Ken said, our position is clear that those projects should be built using North American steel. And I think to your point, a healthy energy sector has enormous downstream effects for the broader Canadian economy, including our members who make pipe, not just pipelines, but pipe used for pipelines as they do at Everest Steel, but also the broader range of energy tubular goods that are made at facilities like Tenaris in Sault Ste. Marie or Calgary.
All right.
So on to Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all our witnesses that are here today to make a very positive, constructive contribution into this important agreement. My question is going to Canadian Labour Congress. President Youssef this morning, Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland was here this morning. I asked her the question, how this agreement is going to promote gender equality when it comes to minorities, and she mentioned that this is protected under the labor chapter. Could you comment on that if you have the knowledge about this and how this agreement is going to deal with that situation?
Well, the chapter speaks to harassment and gender violence in the workplace. Of course, the agreement itself has the impact, if it's enforced, to prevent that from happening. And of course, it's the same obligations that we know in our own country. The Human Rights Code can prevent, if it's enforced, and prevent harassment from happening, and of course, violence from happening in the workplace. As we know, there's been a lot of violence that workers have faced in Mexico, not just gender violence, but simply violence in the act of exercising their democratic right to choose their unions, or for that matter, to vote on a collective agreement. So we hope the provisions in this agreement, if they're enforceable, will hopefully bring that to an end. But at the end of the day, it will require, obviously, efforts to change the practice that we know that exists in Mexico, and more importantly, of course, all three countries to live up to the obligations that are stated in the agreement in regard to the new enforceable labor chapter that we hope that could have teeth. But if a country chose not to do so, there's provisions also to impose sanctions on that country for not living up to their obligation as is stated in the agreement.
Thank you. Question to Canadian Cattlemen's Association. You mentioned that, previously when the NAFTA was signed, the trade when it came to cattle industry went skyrocketed, and CPTPP helped a lot as well, and this is going to help. Could you tell me the dollar figure that you see, or the percentage wise the trade that you see it will benefit when it comes to cattle industry?
Well, for us in the North American market, our push for ratification is really tied to a stable North American market. Certainly the number of free trade agreements that have been developed over the last number of years have really led to the strong demand that we're seeing today in the international market. But of course, for us, our biggest customer is the United States, and Mexico follows not far after that. And so stability is really key to two of our biggest customers.
Does it matter Eastern Canada or the Western Canada, or it's gonna help from coast to coast to coast?
It's going to help farmers and ranchers right from coast to coast.
So British Columbians will benefit out of this?
Yes, there are ranches in BC as well. Yeah.
Thank you. And appreciate time bites.
You still have a minute and a half.
Sure, please go ahead.
Yeah, that's That's fine.
Bonjour à tous. Merci d'être là cet après-midi.
Thank you for being with us this afternoon. So when it comes to CUSMA, it's very important for my riding of Argenteuil with lots of different farmers and also the steel and aluminum issues. And I was a welder myself, and I worked in the steel industry for over 26 years. And my brother is the biggest steel employer in my sector. So it's very important for us. And for us, the CUSMA is a historic agreement for the steel sector. It's a big event for the government and for our family. And Mr. Newman, you've talked about steel and aluminum, and often you mention both sectors in the same sentence. But can we agree today on one thing? Namely, the people from the steel sector are quite happy with CUSMA. Let's leave aluminum to one side. Are the steel people pretty happy with this agreement?
Well, I think that, look at, I don't want to be the fly in the ointment. The fact of the matter is look at, I think that everybody is looking forward to get the ratification through. And my point is very simple. It's like closing the barn door after the horses have left. You've got Canada and Mexico that's already ratified the deal. It was the United States that held it up because of some amendments. And so, yeah, I think the steel industry is right. But look, we're still hurting from the illegal tariffs that were imposed upon our members and the communities and the companies that you talked about. So they're still hurting about that. And there's $1.2 billion that the government has accepted. And the fact is, what are we going to do about that? So, yes, I think it's a fair comment that we've had an integrated market between Canada and the United States. So you can't find a better neighbor. But what disturbs us in regards to what they've done to the aluminum industries, and that just is unfair. So I don't disagree with you that the steel industry says, look,
Je suis d'accord pour l'acier.
Time.
Do you agree on steel?
Okay. Sorry, the time is up. On to Mr. Carey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the witnesses for being here. Ken, I'd like to ask you a question because you brought up some things that are kind of close to my heart. You brought up the automotive industry, and you know in Oshawa, this deal wasn't enough to save our plant, but the whole competitive idea and value added, I think, are big issues that when we're moving forward with this agreement, if there's something that we could do to support industries that may be negatively affected, I think it's so important. Gerdau Maristeel is in the Durham region, and they do work as mostly a recycler. But you mentioned something about the Buy American provisions, and I know that was our government, Mr. Harper was able to get an exemption for that. I was wondering if you could comment how that's going to be affecting your members, not having that same exemption as we used to have. And the other thing about the value added, we have this huge Kitimat project that I think it's $22 billion in LNG project. And my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the government gave the Chinese an exemption on that as far as making certain components. And that value added statement that you brought in, I think maybe if you could expand on that, because right now the whole idea of trade with China is a conversation. The Americans have completed what they're calling a phase one of their U.S.-China deal. I know I've got a lot of things in this question, but maybe if you could address the thing about this value added and the Buy American clauses and what we can do as a committee to help support the people that are going to be negatively affected by not having that in the deal.
Well, maybe Mark will answer some of it, but let me just deal in regards to the China situation about the big project that's taking place in British Columbia. And you may have read some of our press releases that we're very disappointed in regards to the fact, of course, it's a huge project. It's going to create thousands and thousands of jobs. The fact is that it's going to have steel that's going to come from China. It's going to be shipped over in modules and then going to ship up into the north. And if you want to talk about the cost of the environment, you want to talk about the jobs, it makes absolutely no sense. So to me, if we're going to produce something in Canada, we've got the ability to do it. We should do it with our members. We should do it with our steel. If you look at the Gordie Howe Bridge, I was involved with that with my counterpart, Leo Gerard, at the time. We made sure that we had the Gordie Howe Bridge was going to be built from North American steel, and it was. And if we're talking about the bridge now going to be held in Surrey, so procurement is very important. And this is where I said in my submission, is that the government made no inroads in getting into some of the government contracts, and that's something that needs to be on the radar. The fact is that I still livid at the fact is that somehow that the United States used the 232 as Canada being a national security. You can't find a better neighbor. So that's something that we need to monitor, and the fact is that it has an effect. I mean, we've seen it. When you had the Champlain Bridge, some of that steel, tell me why it has to come from China. You got a bridge that was built in British Columbia. Why does it have to come from China when you've got the industry? The thing that we should all remember, if you look at the aluminum industry or you look at the steel industry, there ain't a single Canadian-owned company. These are all foreign companies, and we deal with these companies, be it in negotiations or we have to fight. We have to fight tooth and nail for investment. We want them to anchor, be it in aluminum or be it in steel, to make sure that those jobs are preserved. So when we're competing with Arcelor, do we invest in the Sioux, or do we invest in Hamilton? Do we invest in some third world country? So those are the kind of complications. And if we don't have the support of the governments to make sure that they're fighting on our behalf in regards to the U.S. to get access to their procurement, Canada has shrunk in regards to the amount of steel capacity. And now we've got the issue in regards to the aluminum, which I'm very much concerned about. The powers to be somehow think they're going to be able to monitor that and see how that works out. The proof will be in the pudding on that one.
How am I doing for time? Okay, good. Do you have a quick comment there, Mr. Roll?
Just very quickly on the issue of procurement and Buy America. You're correct that when President Obama introduced his Buy America plans, Canada was granted an exemption. The U.S. procurement market is over 10 times the size of the Canadian procurement market. It is essential for Canadian producers in all manufacturing sectors and industry to have access to that procurement market. It is disappointing in the extreme to us that this agreement does not guarantee us access to that procurement market. Rather, we will have to revert back to the WTO General Agreement on Procurement, which is a voluntary agreement. We have no real ability, therefore, to legally limit the United States' ability to implement Buy America with respect to their procurement that would limit Canadian access to that market.
Thank you very much. I have been hearing from people who are really disappointed about that. I did want to talk to the cattlemen's and the agri-food people a little bit about this clause that if Canada does business with a non-market economy, that we have to get almost permission from the United States in order to make those trade agreements. And you mentioned, Mr. Lowe, that you weren't too worried about the U.S.-China agreement. My understanding is the Americans have agreed, or the Chinese have agreed, to buy $75 billion more of manufacturing products from the United States, $40 billion more in agriculture. And I was glad to hear you're not too concerned about it. But do you have a concern that we almost will have to ask the Americans if we're going to do our own agreement with China, and the fact China-U.S. agreement was made before this agreement, does that have any implications?
To a long question, I'm sorry, I need a relatively short answer.
I'm going to turn this to Fawn because we just looked into that this morning.
Thank you.
Well, in terms of the China-U.S. question, I think for us, when product is moving off of North America, that benefits all of us. And that's because our markets are so integrated, which generally makes us more competitive in the international market. So on that side of the question, we're looking forward to see how that agreement gets implemented. And perhaps on the first part of your question, I would turn it over to Claire and Brian to answer.
That particular clause is not something that CAFTA members have commented on, so I will not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lawson.
Okay, I will share my time with my colleague. Again. Encore merci, je vais juste continuer.
Thank you. I'll just continue, and I'll let you put on your earphone to listen to the interpretation. We were talking about the difference between steel and aluminum earlier, and what we've heard from witnesses today was almost unanimously in favour of signing the CUSMA and also in favour of doing it as quickly as possible. in a press release, the 11th of November 2019, that's what the Canadian Association of Steelworkers said. They said it would be beneficial for the Canadian steel workers and would beef up the supply chain in North America and would improve the conditions under NAFTA. So why do you think this is going to improve the conditions that we had under NAFTA if we sign this agreement? What's your viewpoint on that? Where are the improvements?
Ça vient des producteurs d'acier.
And this was something that came from a press release from the steel producers. And now it's clear that NAFTA itself and the NAFTA 2.0 has really helped the steel industry. But the former NAFTA didn't help steel workers very much. That's our issue. So what we're looking at is whether this new agreement is really going to ensure that our workers can remain competitive. Is there really going to be a level playing field? Is it going to be fair for workers under the new agreement? Obviously, for the steel industry, they're very much in favour of this agreement. I think that the steel industry is going to be giving their viewpoint on this. On aluminium, I imagine that the aluminium industry is also in favour of this agreement, even if they're disappointed about the fact that they have not been granted the same protection as the steel sector. But you agree with me, I imagine, that improving the aluminium market is something that's really moved ahead. At least 70% of the aluminium products has been flagged. But the question that I'm putting to you on aluminium is as follows. In Quebec, you've said that it's one of the best Canadian producers with the highest quality of aluminium, and I can add that they're amongst the greenest industries in Canada as well. So we've got the 70% protection now. So why is this not going to be now a better agreement if we don't compare it with steel? Do you think there has been a net improvement for aluminium, leaving aside the steel sector? It's the question of the fact that China is producing 30 times as much aluminum as they were doing 20 years ago. So there's an enormous amount of overcapacity in the aluminum sector. And China will want to try and find a market to sell this off at very, very low prices compared to the standard market price. So what we're afraid of is that there's going to be an enormous amount of dumping from China and other countries taking place in Mexico. And this may well have a negative effect on the Canadian workers.
And a half remaining, Mr. Day.
Quick question. Vous savez que...
Now, you'll know that negotiations are going to continue after the signing of the agreement, and we can work on the quality of the product and the sustainability of the market. I think it's important to get this agreement signed so that we continue with the negotiations. I imagine you're aware of that. Yes, I'm sure that negotiations will continue, discussions will continue, but we are trade unionists. When we go for a deal, that's what we want to get signed. I don't imagine there's going to be many other changes coming into this agreement in the future.
You have 40 seconds remaining.
Sorry.
Simplement pour...
Just a brief comment, please. There are negotiations that have been built into the agreement itself so that we can return to the bargaining table, and you'll see that laid out in the NAFTA text.
Little time to ask you my questions. I see that the CLC has approximately 3.3 million workers. So you represent approximately 3.3 million workers in Canada, is that right?
Yes, including our friends as steel workers. We're all part of the same family.
Yes, I can imagine. And of that family, I'm only looking for an approximate number. How many workers would you say are there in Canada that rely on trade with the United States and or Mexico?
Well, I think in the manufacturing sector, both in whether it be also in the resource sector, I would say we've got maybe probably several 100,000 members that are impacted by it, that work in the industry and also in the supply chain that feeds the supply chain, including agriculture. Our members actually work in many of the agriculture sectors that produce the product that we get export to the United States.
And
Okay,
wait.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Time is up. Mr. Savard Tremblay, you have 2.5 minutes.
2 minutes et demie.
2 minutes and a half. Well, once again, turning to the Steel Workers Union, you've talked about other improvements that are necessary in terms of labour, and you've referred to the International Labour Organization compared to the Declaration on Workers' Rights. Could you please come back on that question there? Well, briefly on this, the agreement ensures that the three signatories have to follow the Declaration from 1998, which is not as strong, not as beefed up as the actual ILO conventions themselves. So we believe that the ILO conventions, with all of the contents and all the decisions referring to the conventions, we believe that's what should be included in the agreement rather than the declaration that was signed by almost all the countries in the world. And can you give us some specific examples of differences between the declaration and the ILO convention? Well, I respond in English because when it comes to technical matters, I prefer it in English.
So, for example, Convention 87, which is the Convention on Freedom of Association, incorporates a whole number of specific tests as to how countries need to respect workers' rights to join a trade union. And in Mexico, that's the central issue. As Hassan was mentioning, as others have mentioned, the central issue in Mexico is, do Mexican workers have the authentic right to join a free trade union? And so if you incorporate all of the decisions and the jurisprudence as part of that convention, and it's actually enforceable, that's a much stronger standard than simply signing up to the 1998 declaration, in our judgment.
Je présume que j'ai plus de temps.
Well, I imagine I've run out of time. Oh, well, I do have some more. Great. I think I'll leave it there for the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Blakey.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to come back to the steel and aluminum content requirements. One of the things that I found certainly interesting, somewhat shocking, was that when we had Canada's lead negotiator here and his team, we asked, according to the new North American content rules in CUSMA, what percentage of automobiles manufactured in North America currently meet the 70%, or like what percentage of North American steel and aluminum are currently in autos? And they said they didn't know, that they didn't have that information. So I'm wondering, like, what work needs to be done in light of this agreement in order to make sure that Canadians know whether those content requirements are being met, whether they're improving over time, whether it's worsening over time. I mean, what kind of homework do we have to do here in Canada in order to make sure that we're getting the promised benefit of this content requirement?
Well, maybe Mark can answer some of it. The fact is that, I think the statistics show that if you look at the more vehicles that are being built in Mexico, they're not getting their aluminum, so I don't know where they're sourcing their material, so I would think that a lot of it's from offshore. They've now surpassed Canada by in excess of 1 million cars. So I think you're right, is that, that's something we should have at our fingertips in regards to if you're going to a lot, to a GM plant or a Ford plant, and what's the North American content in those vehicles? And my experience has been is that because our organization uses North American built cars, and I can tell you that it's very difficult to find the North American car with 50% North American content, and that's an issue. So Mark may have something to add.
I'll just add one thought, which is, in the United States, they have done fairly detailed economic analysis of the employment impact and the economic impact of this agreement. As far as I can tell, in Canada, we have not done any of those analyses. which is disappointing to us. It seems to me that I appreciate that there is a desire on the part of many in this room to pass this agreement as quickly as possible. But this is an agreement that is going to fundamentally change and control the central economic relationship that we have as a country for the next number of decades, if not longer. It seems to me we should not be rushing into this, that we should be actually doing a detailed analysis on the kinds of things that you're talking about.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. All right, I want to thank all of our witnesses for coming and sharing valuable information. We appreciate that very much. We will suspend in order for the next panel to come on board and give everybody a chance to say hello to the witness. 5 o'clock is our next panel. Okay, thank you. Calling the meeting back to order as we continue to do a study of C4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. If all our witnesses could please join us at the table. With us from the Aluminum Association of Canada is Jean Simard, President and Chief Executive Officer. From the Canadian Automobile Dealers Association, Hugh Williams, Director of Public Affairs, and Kumar Diko, Chief Economist. Canadian Chamber of Commerce, we have Jackie King, Chief Operating Officer, and Mark Agnew, Director, International Policy, and the Canadian Steel Producers, Catherine Cobden, President. Mr. Simard, if you'd like, I would start with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My intervention will be in sequence in both official languages, if I may. J'aimerais vous remercier de l'opportunité.
I'd like to thank you for this opportunity as part of this consultative process to share the perspective of our industry, which is the primary aluminium industry in Canada. Just a couple of figures to begin with. The 8,000 folks who work in our plants produce 3.2 million tonnes of aluminium with a low carbon footprint, of which 90% is exported to the United States. Regional production generates $7 billion in exports. Research through to processing amounts to an annual value of 15 billion Canadian dollars. When we export 90% of our products abroad, mainly to the United States, free trade is quite clearly part of our DNA. And that is why we unconditionally support the ratification in short order of the free trade agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And that is why we also unconditionally and unequivocally supported the major free trade agreements, the CETA and new TPP. They provide a framework for our trade and also predictability, which is needed in a sector that is so integrated in industrial value chains. Our products and our investment decisions are based on our ability to anticipate the needs of the market in a corporate or business environment which is stable and predictable. We believe that this agreement provides an enabling agreement over the upcoming years and months, provides a framework for the industry to create value for our three countries, our industry, and its host communities. Now I'd like to demystify a number of myths. Some of the notions regarding the aluminium sector of this agreement, which warrant our attention. Over recent weeks, we've heard of comments on the alleged ramifications of CUSMA in terms of job losses and expansion and investment infrastructure and other projects. For the past decade, we have been facing lessening prices due to what's going on in China and a number of other events that have created upheaval in our main marketplace, the United States. Let's be clear about this. There are a number of projects that were shelved over recent years. However, it's inaccurate to claim that jobs have been threatened as a result of the outcome of the CUSMA negotiations, or that investment projects have been cancelled or postponed for that sole reason alone. Delaying these expansion projects has nothing to do with the expansion of the protocol or its framework. The fact of the matter is there are three fundamental underpinnings that have substantively affected investment decisions. First, the price of metal. Since 2008, there have been depressed prices, the root cause of which is the staggering growth in China, which has been basically subsidized by the state in China. We receive the 1997 price in Canada, and yet our expenses and costs are 2020 costs, and that reduces our profit margin to a mere sliver of what it used to be. Tariff uncertainty is the second factor, and that is countries that export to the American market and imposing tariffs on them. Paradoxically, these tariffs were in fact the best price in the world for aluminium. The US creates volatility in the marketplace because no one knows which countries will be exempted and when, and that has its effects. Another area of uncertainty that we have no control over. Our construction costs amount to 4 to 5 times that of what we see in China. and it takes 3 times as long for projects to be completed. It takes us 3 years. It takes them 12 months. It costs them a quarter of what it costs us. So when we build one plant here, well, in the same breath, they've built 3 plants at a lesser cost. So you can understand that these 3 factors have led to shelving all substantive projects in Canada. And there's nothing more that needs to be said about the matter if you bear that in mind.
For the aluminium industry. In the short term, Canada and its aluminium industry benefited from a full tariff exemption, making it the sole significant primary producer with unfettered access to the US market in the world. While the old NAFTA had a 62% regional value content for most parts, CUSMA takes us further ahead. In the long term, the agreement globally increases the overall regional content for the automotive industry through increased RVC, bringing the threshold all the way up to 75% in certain cases. By naming aluminium within this context, it sends a clear signal to the automotive industry as to the importance and expectations regarding the use of this metal. We also understand from our meetings with government officials that these multiple layers of regional content requirement thresholds for key components with significant aluminium content will incentivize OEMs towards using regionally produced metal. We are thus far from where we were with the old NAFTA. The next question is, how do we make this happen so that Canada reaps the full benefits of this agreement? Our recommendations. First, to protect free and fair trade between the 3 countries, we need a shared approach to metal import monitoring in order to ensure that unfairly traded aluminium does not enter the region. While Canada added aluminium products to its import control list as part of a commitment with the United States to prioritize trade monitoring and enforcement, we need Mexico to do the same. Canada, with the United States, must ensure that Mexico adopts an import monitoring system for aluminium imports into its territory as robust as that implemented by Canada on September 1st, 2019. We must maintain our unfettered access to the US market and benefit from the growth in demand in the transport sector without being subject to market erosion stemming from surges in imports of unfairly subsidized Chinese aluminium. A trilateral mechanism should enable industry alongside with governments to monitor progress towards a joint monitoring of metal and non-market behaviors from third countries. Harmonized tariff codes with the United States and Mexico to better track flows and protect the region against unfairly traded aluminium. And finally, our low-carbon responsibly produced metals integrity must be preserved through traceability as it enters the US market as a CUSMA Canadian origin metal, not to be confused with others. With the help of the Quebec government, industry has been working with modern traceability tools on pilot projects tracing the metal from smelter to border. As we conclude our pilots, in the next step, we'll require the help of the Canadian government to ensure full implementation in a timely fashion. I would like to conclude with the following, Madam Chair. Suite à la ratification de l'accord par le Canada.
Following Canada's ratification of the accord, the upcoming months will provide an opportunity to more fully develop regional content rules and to send further signals of a realigning of value chains. So we believe that this is a crucial stage so that the automobile market and sector can, in fact, drive maximum value from this agreement for the whole of the economy. We're going to continue to work with the Canadian government to ensure that content rules of origin benefit the entire North American value chain with a low carbon footprint, and so that the automobile fleet in North America is fully transformed. In the context of the current prices, the fragility of our markets and the effects of the rail crisis on our operational costs, we have to rely on the financial assistance and cooperation, assistance of the Canadian government if we want to fully derive the most benefit from this agreement, both for our employees, our communities, and our shareholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sard. On to Mr. Williams from the Automobile Dealers Association.
Oui, bonjour. Madam Chairman, it's a pleasure. Chairperson, thank you for having us before your committee. I have to give you a quick shout out for all of your decades of work on behalf of the auto industry. You've been one of the most approachable members of Parliament in terms of hitting auto issues, and I should probably give a shout out as well to the member from Oshawa, Mr. Carey, who's been equally accessible on automotive issues over the years. So pleasure to be here. Very pleased to be here representing the Car Dealers Association. We have 3,200 members across the country, 160,000 employees. We're the largest employer in the auto sector. And our employees are paid in well-paying, stable careers in every community across Canada. As I look across the ridings that are represented here around the table, most of you will know your car dealers, and if you don't, you'll get to know them over the next 4 years. I'd like to start off by thanking the Prime Minister, and I'd also like to thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister Freeland, and really all MPs of all parties for the nonpartisan push to get this trade deal on the table. I think that as we watch the activity coming out of the United States, the auto sector was very much in the targets with the automotive trade tariffs, and I think the work done on a nonpartisan Team Canada approach was really quite spectacular. And also I think the Leader of the Opposition deserves a shout out for the work that he did helping promote the concerns of our sector when we raised the automotive tariffs impact on communities. I'm just back from Toronto, where I spent time touring the show, auto show floor. The Toronto International Auto Show, for those of you that don't know, is the largest consumer trade show in the country, dealer-owned. And Minister Baines made an announcement there, and had the opportunity to show him around the car show and work with him. Both he and Premier Ford attended the show. Premier Ford for a separate announcement on a project we're doing on jobs and youth skills training. But both of them, we had conversations, which I think shows the nonpartisan nature of this, that they both stressed how this is really a Team Canada approach, and that we all have to be behind making sure that we have good long-term relations with the U.S. and that we have to get these elements over the goal line. I think that the trade deal in itself, was hugely important to the auto sector. We're in one of the most integrated sectors that there is, and in our view, these tariffs, if they'd been brought into place that were threatened by the White House, would have been devastating and cost about 120,000 jobs by the analysis of our economics team led by Mr. Deco. Automotive trade between Canada and the U.S., it's worth highlighting, is worth $150 billion per year. That's more than $400 million per day. And it's important again to underline that 80% of Canada's automotive trade and production each year is destined for U.S. consumers. And Canadians each year buy a similar large proportion of vehicles coming from the States. So the seamless traffic of automotive parts, automotive manufacturing is important not just to the manufacturing and parts sector, but it's critical for dealers and consumers in this country. We reached out to our counterparts, the National Automobile Dealers Association, during these negotiations and made sure that we talked to them directly to get them on the same page about delivering a unified message in Canada and the United States that auto tariffs and the need to support auto tariffs themselves were bad for consumers, bad for the economies, and certainly bad for car dealers, and that we needed automotive free trade. And I think every association that deals with their U.S. counterparts to deliver that message on both sides of the border to put Canada first, I think is tremendously important. I'm going to turn to a little bit more negative commentary now with respect to things that we should spend some time being concerned about, because I think that the agreement is a terrific first step. But we sit on what's known as the Canadian Automotive Partnership Council, which is a committee of industry and government put together. Minister Baines is a key player in that, along with his Ontario counterpart, Minister Fedeli. And this body was formed to help increase investment in Canada and for Canada to get a better share of automotive investment. And the bad news for Canada is that we're only getting 7% of automotive investment since 2009. And I think that's clearly not sustainable from a point of view of maintaining a competitive footprint here. And we need, as both a federal and provincial governments, to really help reduce the cost structure to get these investments and build a strong base across Canada that's pivotal to the economy. It's good for the economy, obviously, but it's good for dealers, and it's good for the whole supply chain and for consumers ultimately. I'd also like to spend a couple of minutes talking about another potential trade irritant that's on the horizon. Members will know about the proposed luxury tax on automobiles over $100,000. It's poised to affect, about 1 to 1.5% of automobiles. But this, while we've negotiated one free trade agreement and negotiated another free trade agreement with the Europeans, this particular proposed tax has the potential to disrupt trade with the Europeans. 90% of the vehicles targeted by this are from European destinations, and it really contradicts the spirit of free trade with those countries. And this really just isn't a kind of a theoretical example. Australia and the European Union are struggling over this very point of a special tax imposed in Australia. I would also point out that the biggest problem with these taxes is that they don't work. The U.S. tried a luxury tax where they imposed a luxury tax on vehicles over $100,000 on boats, planes, and automobiles, and it had to be repealed by the Clinton administration in the 90s because people just either buy around it or hold off their purchases or buy different purchases, so it doesn't raise revenue. And in Canada, we have the perfect example that I'm sure Mr. Dico in questions would be glad to talk about, but the provincial luxury tax in British Columbia has added another 20% on top of the purchase price of vehicles, and we've seen a sharp decline in luxury sales in that province as people just hold off, don't buy, or buy elsewhere. And we've also seen job losses reported in that process. We're on a downtrend in terms of overall sales in the car industry, so it's just not the time to make that happen. I guess in conclusion, I'd like to say thank you again to this committee for having us in, and appreciation to the last Parliament, of course this Parliament, for all the hard work in getting this deal in what was a very difficult circumstance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. On to Ms. King for the Canadian Chamber of Commerce.
Madam Chair, thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee today regarding the CUSMA implementing legislation. Given the critical importance of this agreement for Canadian businesses, I'm really delighted to be here, and I'm joined by my colleague Mark Agnew, who leads our international trade work. The members of the committee will certainly be familiar with local chambers of commerce in their community. At the national level, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce represents over 200,000 businesses in all sectors in all regions of the country. Our membership encompasses not only chambers of commerce, but also sectoral associations and companies, including everything from small to large multinational organizations. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce was actively engaged throughout the CUSMA negotiations. We attended the negotiating rounds and mobilized our network of chambers, associations, and companies throughout through our Keep Trade Free coalition. We also work closely with our counterpart business associations in the United States and Mexico. With respect to the legislation currently before the committee, this trade agreement and its associated implementing legislation are critical for the Canadian economy. North America is and will remain our most important trade and investment partner. Businesses across the country have suffered from significant disruptive uncertainty since President Trump came into office. Although the CUSMA is not a panacea for the erratic trade policies emanating from the White House, it is crucial that we turn the page and lock in the new arrangement to provide certainty for our Canadian companies. It's in that spirit that we urge the expeditious passage of Bill C-4. Every trade agreement involves trade-offs, and no agreement is perfect. However, our trade negotiators did an extremely commendable job with their efforts during a very difficult set of circumstances to deliver the agreement that is now before Parliament for consideration. So now I'll highlight some of the particular benefits of CUSMA from our perspective. Foremost is maintaining the original NAFTA's benefits with respect to tariff-free market access for goods given the volume of cross-border trade. The importance of the certainty this provides has been underscored with media reports earlier this month that the U.S. is considering raising its WTO-bound tariff rates. CUSMA's goods market access has been complemented by customs and trade facilitation provisions to help ensure that products can move more easily across borders. Shifting to the services sector, the retention of the labor mobility provisions from the original NAFTA will help to ensure companies are able to attract the best talent. While certainly we had hoped to expand the list of covered sectors, enhanced labor mobility under the U.S. administration was realistically a bridge too far. We also welcome the inclusion of digital trade provisions that will help play a key role in setting global standards on issues such as cross-border data flows. More specifically, these types of provisions are helping to shape the ongoing WTO e-commerce negotiations. Crucially, CUSMA preserves the NAFTA's dispute settlement provisions for anti-dumping and countervailing duty cases and strengthening the panel process for state-to-state disputes. Lastly, the side letters on Section 232 measures provide a degree of protection for Canadian exporters. However, we cannot afford to be complacent under either this or a future U.S. administration. As I noted a moment ago, the Chamber gives its full endorsement to the passage of Bill C-4 and Canada completing its CUSMA ratification process in a timely manner. However, the clear message is that we do not want to see this process as an end of the road when it comes to ensuring Canadian businesses remain competitive while attempting to access opportunities in the North American market. A perennial concern for us is Buy America at the federal and state levels, which attaches conditions to require the use of American manufactured products. This considerably limits the ability of Canadian firms to participate in many U.S. infrastructure projects, and more specifically, the ability of Canadian companies to use their Canadian-based operations to participate in those contracts. The prevalence of Buy America provisions risks creating incentives for companies to move manufacturing jobs to the U.S. Unlike NAFTA, CUSMA does not cover U.S.-Canada procurement, and there is a risk we understand from the media reporting that the Trump administration may withdraw the United States from the WTO GPA. Another concern is softwood lumber. Canada's softwood lumber industry remains in a challenging period due to a range of factors, including market access issues with the U.S. The government should continue its efforts to reach a resolution in the softwood lumber dispute in collaboration with our exporting companies. Finally, regulatory barriers and border frictions continue to create problems for Canadian companies seeking access to the U.S. With the CUSMA negotiations now concluded, it is important for the government to ensure the Regulatory Cooperation Council works in partnership with industry-led initiatives such as Beyond Preclearance Coalition. These types of initiatives may not provide for a photo opportunity, but they are absolutely critical for companies that move goods across the border. While these three issues are not ones that we expected to be resolved in CUSMA negotiations, they are crucial to our members and should be priorities for the government now that the CUSMA negotiations are concluded. However, as I mentioned at the outset, we urge the committee to move ahead with its study as expeditiously as possible so that we can complete our domestic ratification procedures and refocus our energy on these outstanding issues. Thank you once again for the opportunity to appear before this committee, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. King. On to the Canadian steel producers, Ms. Cobden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Merci beaucoup for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Catherine Cobden. I'm the president of the Canadian Steel Producers Association, and I'm happy to, it's my honor to share the perspectives of our members on Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. I'm here today representing member companies who produce approximately 15 million tons of steel, pipe, and tubular products annually and support 123,000 direct and indirect jobs in 5 provinces from Saskatchewan over through to Quebec. Canada's steel sector plays a strategically important role in the North American economy. We are advanced manufacturers of 100% recyclable and enduring product. We are a critical supplier to other key Canadian and North American sectors, including automotive, energy, construction, and many general manufacturing applications. We're also a sector that knows firsthand how critical it is for our business success to have strong and productive relationships between Canada and the United States and Mexico. We operate in a highly integrated marketplace with steel moving back and forth across the Canada, US, and Mexico borders as it is transformed to additional products. In this capacity, we thank you all for this agreement and we welcome it wholly. We urge all members of the House of Commons and the Senate to support this bill and ratify it without delay. We see immediate advantages of the new agreement that strengthen NAFTA in several important ways for both our country and certainly for our steel sector. The agreement also creates more certainty in our markets, a much needed and necessary condition for driving increased investment. Now let me step you through some of the key advantages for steel that we see in this new agreement. First, the automotive rules of origin incentivize the use of Canadian and North American steel. This means that more North American steel will be used over foreign, non-North American steel. It sounds obvious, but it deserves to be said. The new requirement for a 70% North American steel content is a significant gain for the North American steel sector. NAFTA did not have any such provision, so that's a significant development. Today, the North American automotive sector is a valued customer for our technically advanced and high-quality steel, with approximately 25 to 30% of all Canadian steel supplying this sector. That equates to about 3 to 4 million tons annually. So this is extremely important development for us and for our steel industry colleagues in the U.S. and Mexico. And indeed, we were quite engaged working together on this and other aspects of this agreement. Furthermore, the increased North American value content requirements for vehicles and vehicle parts are also important and improves the original NAFTA agreement significantly. As Jean has already mentioned, in some cases it's moved the content requirements from 62% to roughly 75% in some cases, which is a tremendous increase. In the case of steel, we also welcomed additional definitions coming into effect in 7 years' time that strengthen the rules of origin by ensuring North American sourcing. This is important for our sector. We face severe global overcapacity. It's severe. The OECD estimates that approximately 440 million tons of excess capacity exists globally, and this excess capacity equates to about 30 times the entire Canadian production. So that's steel out there that's looking for a home, that's trying to come into both our Canadian and North American borders. Beyond the rules of origin, I wanted to point out the new agreement also improves market access for Canadian steel and allows the use of effective trade remedies against unfairly traded imports, so that overcapacity, I mention often results in unfair and injurious trade practices. The new agreement contains important provisions that will promote increased cooperation and information sharing between North American governments to address circumvention and the evasion of trade remedy orders. This is critical for us. This increased cooperation is essential for the North American steel marketplace because we face an unrelentless, flow of unfairly traded goods due to the global overcapacity I mentioned. I remind the committee that last May we celebrated the establishment of the Canada-US Understanding on Trade that resulted in the lifting of the very damaging tariffs on Canadian steel. This did not come easily to our nation, but came as we worked as one against the difficult tariff situation. For us, CUSMA takes us further along the path of working with our North American trading partners on what we refer to as the principle of a North American perimeter to trade that strengthens the competitiveness of the North American region, that addresses global steel overcapacity, and that it aims to deal more readily with unfairly traded steel imports. Madam Chair, please let me end with a call to all, once again, to come together as Team Canada, as you have deftly done in the past, and get this deal done as quickly as possible. With my thanks, happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cobb.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to the panel, the witnesses, for coming here this evening. We certainly appreciate it. All the input we can get will help us to get this moved along in a very timely manner, of which I know that our side certainly wants to get that ratified. The first question I have I did bring up earlier, but I really think it's important to ask both Mr. Williams and Ms. King with regard to CUSMA, specifically with regard to the implementation side of this, of CUSMA. I too was at the Toronto Auto Show there last week, which was quite amazing to say the least. I went there on behalf, of course, my riding, also as in capacity as chair of our Auto Caucus committee. And of course, my riding is a place called Essex, which is right next to Windsor. So I have a lot of reasons to be very of keen interest to that. My question, again, specifically to both of you, please, is I'm hearing from industry representatives that while they support ratification, there are concerns about the implementation, particularly the very short 90-day transition period between ratification and implementation. Can you briefly explain, A, the changes for your sector in the under the new NAFTA, and B, does your sector have any concerns about the implementation issues on day one?
Ladies first, Catherine.
Are you calling on me?
No, Ms. King, please.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
so Jackie,
yeah, I don't think it was me.
Okay, Mark, maybe I'll turn it over to you to you've been dealing with that quite closely.
So certainly what we've heard from our members is that it's a very tight time frame. I don't think anyone would dispute that that's something they're quite mindful of. And certainly you take the overlay of the NAFTA changes, plus, CBSA has a number of programs that it's implementing on the IT side for, a user interface perspective. So I think companies are quite mindful of navigating through that. The rules of origin changes, I think, are probably the most totemic one that, companies are thinking about, both from the OEM perspective, but of course we have the steel producers and aluminum producers as well, and how they fit into that equation too. And I think the last one is there's some issues around how the customs and trade facilitation provisions. I mean, the de minimis threshold will be increasing as part of the CUSMA, and of course we're going to be now moving to a bifurcated scheme where the de minimis levels for both the sales tax side and the tariff side will now be split, whereas before they had been harmonized at the same level.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Williams?
I'll take a slightly different tact at that. I think for the car dealers, the most important thing was, as soon as the White House came up with the threat of 25% auto tariffs, I mean, that was Carmageddon potentially for car dealers. Literally the impact of that would have been catastrophic on both sides of the borders. And so it was a threat that we took very, very seriously. So having the deal in place and, getting rid of the potential side tariffs and the automotive side letter, was a huge part of that in terms of relief. That kind of took the pressure off. It's now over to the OEMs to work those details out with steel producers and aluminum producers, and we know just from conversations with them that those efforts are ongoing, but that's not really in our sector.
Okay, thank you. Do I have time for one more question, Madam Chair, or am I out?
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This question is for Monsieur Simard. If I understood, I believe that your association is in support of CUSMA. Very well. So because you've indicated that you support this deal, I guess one of the troubling aspects of this deal is that aluminum was not offered the same provision as steel, as you well know. That is the provision that it's required that for it to be North American, the steel would have to be smelted and poured in one of 3 North American signatures. Mexico has no smelting capacity for aluminum. We've been told that without this provision, imported aluminum that is unfairly subsidized and or sold at bargain prices from countries like China may be dumped into the Canadian market. Can you explain your support and what your association intends to do to ensure that this sector receives the support it needs from the Canadian government to ensure that you are not competing at a disadvantage?
Thank you for the question. We have expressed our preoccupation, not to say disappointment, to that effect. We think that we have to build from here on the basis provided by the protocol, the USMCA Global Agreement and its protocol. We are asking the Canadian government to ensure, first of all, that Mexico sets in place a robust import control monitoring system, as Canada has provided as of September 1st, of last year. Basically, out of the 3 countries that have agreed in their May 17th joint statement with the United States to set up such a monitoring system. Only Canada has delivered the goods. And I certainly salute Madame Freeland under her former responsibility and her department that were able to come up with such a system within 2 months prior to the elections. So Canada is the only country right now that has a system like this. We've asked the Canadian government to export that expertise towards the U.S. and Mexico. We understand that in the announced budget from the White House a few days ago, there is somewhere hidden in the thousands and thousands of pages a line item to provide for funding for setting up such a system within the Commerce Department. And U.S. is engaged with Canada towards Mexico to get them to follow suit. So that's one part of the equation. The other part of the equation is certainly to have a joint approach to monitor the transits of metal. Basically, when you look at CUSMA, you look at a trading space where Canada is the only significant primary metal producer. The U.S. is the big market, not only for North America, but for the whole world. Everybody is shipping to the U.S. because it's the highest netback. It's the highest price paid for aluminum in the world. So the pressure is very strong to access this market and as much as possible access it through either Canada or Mexico, which are duty-free. Mexico is the easy way in. Why? Because they're a buyer. They buy scrap from the U.S. and they buy billet from whatever the world wants to offer at the lowest price possible. They have been known, and it is documented, to let metal come in that has been refused, rejected in the U.S., such as wheels, most lately, that have been under Section 301 measure in the U.S., when the same wheels have found their way in to the continent through Mexico. And we're talking about big numbers here. So what we want administrations to do is to ensure that no illegally traded metal finds its way. We don't mind about competition on a level playing field. We do mind about illegal competition.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
I realize that.
For the long 2 minutes.
Well, it was because the information, I think, was critically important,
so
so I
much.
let you go on. So, Mr. Lawson.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. My questions are going to be in French if you want to put on your headphones if you need them. I'm very happy to hear from Mr. Seymour that you're really talking about the quality of your products, but I've got a question to put to Mr. Williams. In the design of your automobiles, you've got certain standards to respect, and they're quite strict. I come from the aluminum and steel sector, and we've got certain plans that we have to respect in terms of quality. Are you concerned about quality? Because often in comments we're hearing that the dumping of the aluminium from China may be bad quality aluminium. So do you have certain standards that you have to respect in terms of the quality of the aluminium?
I'll let Mr. Dico respond in French in just a second, but I just think as a global commentary, I would say the responsibility to make sure the quality of the vehicles and the quality of the aluminum falls on the manufacturers. And so we represent the dealers that are in your riding. And as franchise members, a lot of people don't understand that the individual dealers in each community buy the vehicles from the factories, and so they have the full range of responsibility for making sure that those products meet the level of quality either for international trade agreements or safety or anything along those lines.
Merci pour la question. C'est sûr que
Thank you for the question. It's true that we have concerns about the quality of the products that are coming in as sellers, but as we've just heard, it's the obligation of the manufacturers to ensure that the steel and the aluminium that they're using meets the standards and is of high quality, so that we can have good product of good quality on the market. Just to ask something, and add to that. When we're talking about automobile manufacturers, we need to have a certificate as aluminium producers for the product we're going to deliver to them. And when we stop delivering, for example, when there's a labour dispute and if for a year we can't serve our client, we have to get recertified again, and it takes several months to get going again and get started again with our orders. So it's very demanding. I imagine that you agree with me, Mr. Simard, that the aluminium from Quebec and Canada is of a high quality, and it's been recognised as a high quality in the automobile industry. So we've got a market opening to continue with negotiations and make progress. Because you mentioned a very important phenomenon earlier, Mr. Simard, namely that we haven't built extra plants for several number of years because of this phenomenon of globalization and also because of the construction costs. Those were the two main reasons that you cited. Of course, your explanations were better than mine, but basically that's what you were talking about. But you agree with me that with the new agreements and with the signature of the CUSMA, do you think that's going to have better prospects to further develop aluminium in Canada and Quebec? Additional investment for aluminium projects depend on fundamental market elements, which I touched on earlier. There's a question of the price. Price signalling is an essential element, and also the cost curve compared to competitors. So we have to have a reabsorption of the costs on. We're talking about $16,000 per ton, and so that means that there's about 10% that turn the red. There's no one in China, apart from China, where they're subsidizing all of this, and that's why there's the overcapacity. There's no one wanting to invest in capacity. You've correctly explained what's happening in China, but here locally in Canada, in this agreement, there is nothing that would prevent us from actually constructing plants here in Canada. Absolutely. I agree with that. And now I have a question to put to Ms. Gordon or Cobden. In steel, we've made massive investment and we've injected a great deal of money into our industry. And how does this mean that employees can get more financial benefits? Because these are well-paid jobs. So with these agreements, how can we get even better conditions for our workers?
So the agreement does a number of things, as I've mapped out, that drive demand, which is fantastic, right, in terms of North American steel, not just Canadian steel. The agreement also does another thing, and we were just talking about investments, and the point I wanted to add into the conversation was the agreement adds a level of certainty that we haven't seen in a while, and it takes, certainly in the steel and aluminum tariffs situation, you understand the challenges we faced with around certainty. So the agreement really moves us forward in terms of having certainty, which then drives investment, which then drives growth, which then, supports the ongoing, strong middle-class jobs that we create in the steel industry in this country. So everything, builds off each other. Certainly, at the time of the tariffs, we were losing investments like crazy, and that's where the support of the government was so critical to maintain that, probably not sufficiently, but we did the best we could to maintain a certain level of movement forward. Some of those investments translated to great production increases, some of the quality issues you mentioned, et cetera. But now this agreement takes us forward especially in terms of the items I've identified and the business certainty that it creates. So from my perspective, I think that's the most important thing that it does. I hope that addresses your question.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ozon. Okay, Mr. Simard Tremblay.
Simard Tremblay, pas Simard Tremblay. Mais c'est pas grave.
Simard Tremblay, Simard Tremblay, but never mind. Once again, thank you very much for coming before us. It's interesting to hear your viewpoint. I've got a question to put to Mr. Simard. You truly are known as Mr. Simard, whereas I'm Mr. Savard Tremblay. So first of all, would it have been desirable to have had the same protection for aluminium as we have for steel in the agreement? Certainly is the answer. What would have been the specific differences that would have made? Answer. The agreement, as we understand it, means that the concept of 70% of regional aluminium applies in two cases, namely in the case where an automotive manufacturer directly buys his metal or he purchases it for a processor who will use it for him, or in the second case, it will apply where the automobile manufacturer, in terms of the content of the car, would ensure that the different components have been manufactured to the tune of 70% in the region by using aluminium from the region. So that means that either the automotive producer would directly buy this, and that's not actually the way that the market works, or else he would ensure through his suppliers that it's been manufactured here, but they were talking about the components rather than the aluminium. That's the difference. So it's the difference between the parts and the melted and poured aluminium. Currently, because we put forward a few solutions to live with the current provisions, but currently there is still this problem of dumping that could occur through Mexico. Yes, the question of dumping could be managed differently with the types of measures that I've listed. The question of capturing value creation through the automotive ecosystem would then mean that the Canadian primary aluminium would be used in order to track market growth. But that is a different issue. And we understand that with the success of regional content requirements and the question of the main components and so on, over time, we hope that we'll be able to take up more space. And of course, that'd be more difficult than if we'd had a definition to begin with. So on your proposals, you're talking about having some sort of monitoring body that would check the origin of this. Could you talk about all the ins and outs of that in more detail? Answer. In the first phase, we have to ensure that Mexico actually sets up a system to monitor this. And we need to have communicating systems. We need to have 3 systems that are able to actually communicate, and we need to have the same definition as Mr. Sava. And for that, we need to harmonize the customs codes so that for the same product, if it's not processed and it comes over the border, it should have the same tariff or customs tariff code when it arrives, the same one as when it left its first country. So that means that 3 countries have to look at the development of the setting up of these systems, because that can't happen overnight. And then there's a question of the interoperability of these systems. Then thirdly, there need to be discussions about these famous situations of transshipment of illegal goods, because for the moment we're reacting to crises and we decide to talk about it or not. Sometimes we just read about that in newspapers and we hear about this. We're just faced with a fait accompli. It's too late. So we want to have some type of trilateral committee set up with people from international trade in each country and industry representatives so that we can have regular updates on the situation in parallel to the agreement. Now, you've said that there's already been discussions between the 3 countries that are underway to do this. Well, we've understand that Madame Freeland has been talking about this with Mr. Lighthizer and also their Mexican counterpart. And on the U.S. side, we've heard from our peers in the American Association that there's a similar discourse, similar discussions taking place within the U.S. administration. So it does seem that at a certain level, there are discussions ongoing. And there is a sharing of a similar vision. That's encouraging news for us, but we're certainly going to continue to push for this. And we have a working group with the Canadian government, which was set up 2 years ago. We've just had our 5th meeting with them. And this will allow us to get an update then with the unions and government representatives. So as things stand, it's really fundamental to have these discussions. The agreement without these compensatory measures, if you like, could be damaging. The fears from the unions and from the steel workers union and from the Alma region people came and expressed their fears, and they would be well-founded fears if we don't set up that type of measure. Now, I'm not creating a link with possible fears and concerns, but I'm saying that in the agreement, we've got the 17th of May agreement on the lifting of tariffs, and there was a commitment from the 3 countries to set up a system. We took that as the basis for work, and we said, yes, Canada has set up our system, but what are the next stages? If we're able to move through these next phases, then we'll be able to actually bridge this gap. Thank you. Quickly, perhaps? No? We'll chat about it later.
Mr. Blakey.
Well, I partially just want to pick up on a similar theme, just to try and get a better understanding. And I know you've shared some of this already today, so I may be asking you to repeat yourself somewhat. But just in terms of what I hear is that you're identifying 2 separate issues. There's the issue of the dumping of Chinese aluminum through Mexico into the North American market. And then beyond that, there's the question of how you secure more Canadian primary production within that 70% content, and that different measures would be required in order to affect those different things. So I'm wondering if you can just spell out a little bit more what you think needs to be done on the anti-dumping side, if that's primarily through the vehicle of this agreement or whether it's through the agreement that was arrived at for the end of the Section 232 tariffs. And then after that, I'm curious to hear a little bit more about what we could be doing unilaterally, as it were, if there is anything within Canada to ensure that a larger percent of that 70% content requirement for aluminum is filled with Canadian primary production, not just the melting and the pouring, but the smelting as well.
Thank you. First, on the anti-dumping, basically we have to look at what happens in the market that we want to address, and what we see is metal flowing into Mexico more and more in the shape of finished products, cans, wheels, coming from China, substituting those same pieces and parts in the Mexican market and pushing the equivalent from Mexico out into the US. So in 2019, in March, there was a Section 301 against Chinese wheels in the US. A month later, Chinese wheels imports into Mexico increased by 260%, all the way up to July. At the same period, Mexican exports of Mexican quote-unquote wheels increased by 240% for the same period. So if you connect the dots, it's either a case where Chinese wheels coming in are taking the place of Mexican wheels in the Mexican market and enabling Mexican producers to ship into the US, which breaks the market.
And so am I to take from that there is an adequate system in place to be able to measure what's coming in and in what quantities?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and so it's vigilance through visibility, and it's the right safeguard measures to address these situations. And it plays to our detriment because we provide downstream clients with the metal to make the wheels in the US. So this is harming us in our market of exports because it's displacing, eroding our market shares. And this is why it's important to us. So that's for the anti-dumping, if it answers the question.
Well, what would be, sorry, just to expand on that. So in the event that we're able to see a correlation like that suddenly there's a particular type of product made out of aluminum that's coming in from China to Mexico, and there's a corresponding availability of product for export out of Mexico. What does a remedy look like in that case? Or do you feel that this trade agreement, does it provide any remedy?
No.
Where do we look to for a remedy? And
The remedy, the remedy is always in the hands of the country of import. So in this case, the first phase is in the hands of Mexico when the Chinese stuff knocks on the door. And the second phase is in the hands of the U.S. when the wheels come into the U.S. So they have to be able to control with tariff codes. They have to see the stuff coming in. And if they if they see the stuff coming into Mexico before it shows up or its equivalent shows up on their side of the border, they can preempt. And the preempting could be done through the joint monitoring approach by the three countries. Okay.
Thank you. And then on the content requirement and ensuring that we have.
This is a more it's a more delicate one because we're going to have to work with industry, with the car industry. We're going to have to work with our government. We're going to have to work with the U.S. industry to ensure that there's a growing use of primary metal that is smelted and poured in the region for car parts manufacturers also. So is it a branding campaign by Canada? That's part of it. Is it also defining what those rules of origin mean in further detail in the coming months? Because that's one of the aspects of those negotiations is that in the coming months, the industry, governments will sit down and share their respective interpretations of what was arrived at as a deal. So we have to find ways to use these coming months to work with the devil that's in the detail to make sure that it speaks on our behalf. I don't have any solution today, but we're looking at them.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Blakey. Mr. Carey?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. And I particularly want to thank the Canadian Automotive Dealer Association for bringing an economist here. Because we've been actually since, December 14th, asking the minister to provide some economic impact studies. She's been very uncooperative. I think today everybody saw we had to pass a motion. And hopefully we get some of that information because nobody believes that the minister and the prime minister would sign on to an agreement of this magnitude without having some type of advice and economic impact studies in front of them. So, Mr. Dico, I'm going to put you on the spot, and I hope you can give us a little bit of information. But we heard about the rules of origin, and I believe currently it's 62.5%. Some of it's going to be going up to 75%, which, coming from Oshawa, where, well, we used to build cars, but we're going to be building parts and doing some type of manufacturing there. I think people see this as a good thing short term. So in other words, we're going to be able to move some of that manufacturing or keep some of it here. But I was wondering if you guys have done any analysis over short term versus long term. And what I'm talking about here, I've read some analysis that says because of these new rules of origin rules, it's going to increase red tape here, and it's actually going to increase the cost of building product here in North America. And we all know there's that tipping point where it may be where manufacturers, instead of building cars here, they'll just say, you know what, forget it. Too much paperwork, too much of this for us for competitiveness. We may just build that car offshore and pay the tariff and bring it in. So that's my first question, if you've done any analysis, short-term, long-term. But also we heard about the labor part of this agreement where $16, I think it was, had to be, these products had to be produced in factories paying at least $16. And I believe the idea was to push some of the manufacturing from Mexico north. And I can see that happening. However, is there anything in this agreement that would favor a manufacturer to do that investment in Canada versus the United States? Because Mr. Williams was quite correct. With his work in the Canadian Automotive Partnership Council, we're only getting about 7% of new investment. And is there anything in this agreement that would actually say to Ford, GM, Chrysler to say, I want to make that investment in Canada versus the United States? Quite a bit to go through there. If you could do your best to answer that. That'd be
I'm going to save the economist by just giving one quick answer, Mr. Kerry, off the top to give him time to do his math. I think that, one of the things you really highlight there, it picked up on in my presentation, was the 7% going to Canada. Committee members will know that 7% of investment numbers mirror the production value over time. So as we've got greater investment, obviously get greater production. So it's very troubling as investment numbers start to decrease. It starts to affect the long-term future of production. And I think the most important, thing to underscore in terms of your question is that as Canada, we've got to make a decision. Like, are we trying to attract investment and are we being very aggressive about it? Or are we just, kind of going through the motions? And I've sat through CAPC meetings with various different ministers, and this was an initiative started by Minister Flaherty when he was in Ontario and Minister Rock when he was Minister of Industry in a joint production. And I just think that we've got to get serious as a country, because stories like Oshawa and elsewhere, just aren't good for the economy. So I think making sure that we have a better competitive offering is absolutely there. After you, Mr. Deco, good luck.
So the rules of origin will gradually increase the content of these products that are made in North America to 2023 to 75% in some instances. So what that would do, more products, more parts of these vehicles that are manufactured in North America will be made here. So that will have a direct increase on the production in North America in the short term. In the long term, what's going to happen, they'll have a trade-off between producing in Canada or in North America versus producing offshore and shipping back to Canada. And I think the manufacturers at that point will have to make that decision whether or not it's cheaper or more convenient to produce here in North America because of the rules of origins and versus producing offshores and shipping into Canada. So that trade-off will have to happen. We haven't done a specific economic impact study on that, but in the short term, certainly we'll see production increase in Canada. And in the long term, the manufacturers will look at the trade-off between producing offshore and shipping to Canada or producing here.
Okay, and the second part of my question was there anything in the agreement which would favor
I'm
Canada?
sorry.
I'm done, am I?
Yeah, I was
darn.
trying, if it was short.
See how that...
If it was really short, you could have tossed that in there. Okay, Mr. Arya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First to Mr. Simard. When was the last time we had increase in installed capacity in aluminum sector? If my memory serves right, that was back 15 years back, right?
Increase in installed capacity was most likely the significant one was the Alouette Phase 2.
Right now, the Canadian installed capacity is about 2.9 million tons, correct?
No, it's 3.2 million tons production, so installed capacity is probably 3.5 because we're at 93%
that's fine.
utilization.
So how much increase we have seen in the installed capacity during the last 15, 20 years?
We have since between 1990 and 2000 and
okay, basically, Mr. Simard, the point
hold on.
That's okay. Listen, I got very few minutes.
We doubled capacity over a 20-year period starting 1990.
So 1990 to 2020, 30 years we are talking about. But during the last 5-10 years, the aluminum capacity is increasing worldwide, but not in Canada. There was a time when we were third. I think now we are number 4. The entire aluminum industry in Canada is dependent on North American market. So we are talking about export diversification, but that is not coming from aluminum industry at all. And Ms. Cobden, you talked about this agreement strengthens and increased investment. That's the word you mentioned. But 20 years back, the production was around 16 million tons. Now it is 15 million tons.
Yeah, it's been dropping.
What has been the increased installed capacity during the last 15 years?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but I actually doubt that it's been
increased. The point
increased.
is that we have a captive market due to NAFTA now with this new NAFTA. And aluminum and steel producers are basically depending on this market but I don't think you're going to export to anywhere else in the world.
Correct.
And Ms. King, we talked about the trade, the Trump came in, it's affecting trade. But during the last 2012, our exports was $324 billion. Now in 2018, I think 2019, it was $319 billion. So there's a small reduction, but basically there is no major exports in North America. And here we have steel producers, we have got aluminum producers. They are basically dependent on one single market, whereas we are going ahead and signing agreements with European Union, the Trans-Pacific CPTPP with the Asia-Pacific countries. But if we are continuing to dependent on this North American market alone, where do you see the increase in exports, increase in trade going to come from?
Specifically for North American market?
No, I'm saying, okay, let's talk about North American market. Where do you see going? Can we see from $319 billion, it ever going to $400 billion?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that last part?
Can you ever see the trade going from current $320 billion to say about $350 billion?
Yeah. Yeah, in the long term, certainly, but...
We are talking about 10 years, there's been no change. And Ms. Cobden, when you say increased investment, do you foresee with this new agreement any increase in installed capacity in Canada, in steel industry?
Yeah, what I was talking about was really the issue of certainty, right? I mean, the most important aspect...
No, my question is that...
Yeah,
Do you foresee any increase in installed capacity in Canada?
Well, so what I know is that the U.S. market will continue to be critical for us, and what this agreement does is it helps to ensure that we can serve it. So it is whether will there be increase.
Steel industry in Canada, were 90% are foreign owned, correct?
Was 19%?
90% foreign owned. The ownership of Canadian steel industry.
I'm not sure that would hold today, because we have had some changes in the ownership structure of the Canadian steel industry, which you may be familiar with.
But do you foresee Canadian steel industry going outside of North American markets for exports?
No, I really do believe that North America is our marketplace. That's how it shows up. That's how it's always showed up. That's why this agreement is really important to us.
Can you go beyond North American market?
I think you have to appreciate that we produce a very heavy product, and we are for one thing, and we're in a context of global overcapacity. So I tried to describe that to you earlier. So I think that our interests, and that's what served so well in this agreement, is the North American marketplace.
Mr. Simard, once again, coming back to aluminum production, do you see Canadian aluminum industry ever exporting outside of North American market?
If I may take the time to answer, the highest paying market in the world is the U.S. The U.S. consumes 6 million tons a year and produces 900,000 tons a year. We are part of a fully integrated continental value chain. Hold on. There's no reason to go to other markets that offer a lower netback. It goes against business sense.
There is no
we export, excuse me, can I finish? Can I finish?
Let the
Please?
witness finish, because your time is up, and I'm trying to...
We're exporting to the European market when the market is there. We're exporting to Asia when the market is there. Aluminium is like water. It follows the path of least resistance to reach the highest paying market, period.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Simard. On to Mr. Cram.
Well, thank you very much to all of the witnesses for being here today. My question is for Mr. Dico and Mr. Williams. You know, we've talked a lot about a level playing field in the North American marketplace, but of course Canada and the United States and Mexico are different. I mean, we have different labor costs, we have different electricity costs, we have different, you name it. So with respect to the auto sector, is there anything in the new NAFTA agreement that would favor long-term investment in the Canadian auto sector as compared to the United States and Mexico?
You know, I think if you look at the model as Mr. Deco was referring to, I mean, the idea is to grow the North American pie. But I would say that I'm not aware of any specific provision that would drive capacity into the Canadian marketplace versus other jurisdictions. And in fact, if you look back at the last 18 investments made by international manufacturers, I think 10 of them went to Mexico, 6 of them went to southern United States. I mean, it's a really competitive process and a competitive problem for Canada that we're not getting that level of investment.
If I may add, and I think we should use that opportunity when we sign these free trade agreements to create the kind of environment that's good for businesses, good for investment in Canada, to attract this investment instead of these investment go to Mexico or to the United States to come to Canada.
And just along that line, I mean, I've again around the CAPSI table, which has the, you know, in addition to the ministers, has the CEOs of the manufacturers, the CEOs of that manufacture in Canada, the 5 companies that manufacture in Canada, and the parts makers, and you know, there's a consistent trend at how difficult it is when those CEOs are trying to sell Canada as a proposition. Yeah, and you know, governments have tried to make it one-stop shopping, have tried to make it more competitive, but I just think we need a renewed emphasis on this. The former CEO of our organization, you know, was a president of an OEM before coming over, and when he tells the stories of trying to sell to Germany the Canadian proposition and how different that experience was for his American counterparts to try to bring investment there, we're just not, we haven't historically been in the ballgame. And when you look at the level of investment, 7%, it's just not long term, it's not sustainable for us.
And so why is the level of investment so much lower in Canada compared to the U.S. and Mexico? Like 7%, I would have expected it to be a lot higher than that.
Sure, and I think if you look at, you know, the level of production, and Umar can speak to this in detail, you know, we're producing as many cars as we buy. I mean, the Canadian market is 1.9 million, and I think there's, you know, 2 million worth of production in there. So we're you know, we're not out of sync with respect to that. But when you look at the capacity that we could have, and those investments that have come to the country, that's where we're missing the competitive piece. Some of it is about red tape, as the member from Oshawa was outlining. Some of it has been not having a coordinated one-stop shopping from the Canadian government and the provincial governments. I mean, the U.S. states are very, very competitive when they make offerings to try to get these investments, because I mean the math is pretty straightforward. You know, one automotive related manufacturing job, you know, leads to 7 other jobs in the economy when you look at the supply chain. And I think, you know, as policymakers, as this, you know, committee and all members of Parliament really need to look at, are we putting a competitive offering together when we're trying to attract investment?
All right. And Mr. Williams, I think it was in your opening statement, you talked a little bit about the luxury taxes on cars. Is that a trend that we have seen on both sides of the border, or just in Canada?
Well, I referenced
or Mexico for that matter.
Well, the U.S. Congress, as I mentioned, put that luxury tax in on the exact same products in the 90s, a 10% luxury tax, and they ended up, it was the Clinton administration who pulled the cord and you know, ended that tax because it wasn't generating revenue and it was catastrophic for industry. The Parliamentary Budget Office has looked at this, and I think they've a fair assessment of it, of this provision as part of the costing for election promises, really highlighted the uncertainty and the Umar would know the economic term for it, but the flexibility of demand. You know, when people are looking at those vehicles, this is a tax that's not going to hurt the rich. It's going to hurt the individual car dealer who's already bought inventory for this year, last year, without knowing about the tax. They've already invested in their building for the next 10 years, and it's going to hurt the service tax and the sales folks who aren't going to be part of that provision. I think it's particularly out of sync too, as well. If you look at the EV market, I mean, EVs and the luxury end, you know, has typically been the segment of the market that brings together the highest range of technology before putting it down through the rest of the lineup. And we've certainly seen that on the EV side of the equation. So putting a luxury tax on EVs is a potential problem. So we've talked about, provisions if, our ideal situation would not be to have this luxury tax imposed, but if it is going to be imposed, wait till 3 years for the industry to adjust to it, and think about instead of a 10% tax rate at $0, do it on the marginal tax rate so that you're not getting that cliff of 10% tax starting at $100,000. And I think in your neck of the woods in Regina and Saskatchewan, it doesn't take a lot if you're driving an F-250 or an F-350 and you're using it for construction to get a vehicle that's in that price range. And the disadvantage of that is there's obvious challenges with respect to economic growth.
Thank you very much,
parity.
Mr. Williams. On to Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for all of your testimony on the importance of this trade deal. And going to Catherine from the Canadian Steel Producers Association, you highlighted the importance of the Team Canada approach in the face of the 232 tariffs. And, I acknowledge the work of the United Steelworkers that testified before you. But as well, the Chamber of Commerce played a very significant role at a national level, but at a local level, including Rory Ring from the Sault Ste. Marie Chamber of Commerce. We all marched arm in arm, in this trade war. A lot of no call, but it was. We marched together with the Chamber, with unions, businesses, individual, local politicians, so many to name. And I think that was critical because those tariffs, some trade pundits had said, well, he won't use them. He probably won't, referring to Trump. But he did. And he hit the steel with 25%, and he hit aluminum with 10%. And we found that the president likes to use them because with the stroke of a pen, he can introduce them. And again, some trade pundits are saying that now that the United States has signed this agreement, both the Democrats and the Republicans have come together to sign this, and Mexico has signed it, that if, and these are the trade pundits, and this is where I'm going to go for comment, from both the steel producers and the aluminum producers, that if Trump saw and thought that Canada was not moving forward expeditiously, as some people have said, or quickly, that he could reinstate tariffs on steel and aluminum. So what impact would a restatement of these tariffs on the steel and aluminum industry have for your industry if that were to happen? Not only at the 25% or 10%, as you've seen in the case with China, he ratchets up. So comments from you first, Catherine, and then I'll go to Mr. Simard.
Thank you, and also great job of acknowledging Team Canada in a more expanded way, because it, as we know, it really was an all-out effort by so many, way too many to name, and it's greatly appreciated. The tariffs at 25% on steel for a year were devastating. Tariffs coming back, and we're still on our heels. I mean, I don't want to oversell our return from tariffs, post-tariff. We were put on our heels and we remain on our heels, and it's, coupled with poor market and difficult market conditions, it's not fun times yet in the steel sector, but this agreement moves us forward, and I think that it's extremely important to us that we do move forward in our relationship with the U.S. at this level. I know nothing's perfect. I know that there's potential risk of tariff, but we have to act in a manner that does everything possible to eliminate the risk of tariff in our view. It would be devastating.
Thank you.
Not much to add to what Catherine just said. It would be chaotic for us. We work on yearly contracts, so if you pop in a tariff, it just destroys the relationship with your client. You have to find ways to factor this in. It becomes very complex, and it's already very complex. It would be very disruptive for the value chain. Just to give you an idea of the level of complexity, all those countries that are still under tariffs for aluminium, which is the rest of the world except Argentina and Mexico, the day one of them is exempted from the tariff, it changes completely the market, the dynamics of the market, and it's going to take weeks and months to find out where the market is going. So we're in a very sensitive play with the U.S., with the world market and the U.S. market, which is the highest net back. Everybody wants to get their metal there. Today, the metal comes from the Middle East, it comes from India, it comes from Russia, it comes from everywhere because it's a lucrative market for those countries. It's better than all the other markets. So when you tip the pricing with a tariff, it's a big upset for the market, and it's very bad for us.
The other question that I would have would be, and there's some really excellent testimony. We've been going all day today, from 11 a.m. till later this evening, and there's a lot of good ideas. Some of them not necessarily attached to the NAFTA, but good ideas. We talked about procurement. Algoma Steel produces steel. 60% of it is shipped to the United States, 40%.
Sorry, but your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Sorry. Mr. Savard Tremblay for 2.5 minutes.
No worries, no worries. Just trying to recall where I was at. Just in the same vein, we were cut off. You referred to the discussions that were going swimmingly between the various states to find a solution to bridge a number of gaps, as it were. And given that you have a lot of expertise in the North American market, what would the interest be for Mexico vis-a-vis anti-dumping measures and checking rules of origin? What sort of role would Mexico play in that respect? Well, that's a very relevant question. I think that the Mexicans are interested in the US market, and obviously with the new market framework, which will be implemented under this agreement, well, it in fact frees the signatory parties in a sense to be able to work in a level playing field. Now, to the extent that Mexico does not adhere to the provisions of the agreement, especially that of the 17th of May, which is a side agreement, but in fact takes retaliatory measures, well, the United States, under the agreement, could reimpose a tariff or a duty, as Mr. Sheehan intimated earlier. So Canada is well placed to exert pressure. We've done our homework. Mexico has not. It would behoove them to do so. And the Americans are best positioned to push on this because overnight they might turn around and say, listen, Mexicans, this metal that's coming to your country is in contravention. You have a month to address this, otherwise I'm going to slap a tariff on you. Well, that's was in the joint statement of the 17th of May. These are bilateral agreements, Canada, US, Mexico, US, and they've always been in place since the 17th of May. Time around.
Mr. Williams, I just wanted to pick back up on a comment you were making earlier about investment in manufacturing in Canada struggling to attract that investment. I mean, one of the reasons for that is that Mexico's a low-wage economy, and that has caused a lot of jobs in the auto manufacturing sector to leave Canada. I mean, is there any, in your opinion, hope that some of the labor provisions of this agreement are going to help incent automakers to locate production in Canada, or do you think that the discrepancy between Canadian wages and Mexican wages, along with whatever other input costs there would be, are going to continue the trend of taking production out of Canada and locating it in Mexico?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think that there's reasons to be optimistic. I mean, first of all, Canada has a great value proposition. I mean, consistent supply of energy, highly educated workforce. A track record in the factories that are in Canada of high levels of quality and reliability, award-winning across the sector. I think that all of those things are counterbalances to the draw of Mexico and the United States, but we can't be blind to that draw of costs. And I think that's where making sure we put the most competitive mix forward in terms of what the cost structure is, and also the ease of coming here in terms of doing business is. I mean, that's what we have to make sure that the Minister of Innovation, his counterparts provincially, are keying into to put the best value proposition forward, because those other jurisdictions are really selling some of those other provisions.
I mean, at what point does it become a problem for your industry if Canadians don't have the kind of good paying manufacturing jobs that enable them to buy the cars that they're making? So for a while, I think folks in the auto industry have been able to increase their margins as production moves down to Mexico and the cars come back up to Canada. But at what point does your industry start to worry that folks in Canada just aren't having enough well-paying jobs to be able to afford the product that you sell?
Yeah, and as I said earlier, too, I appreciate the question. I think that there's, our production levels are matching, our consumption levels, and there's reasons to be optimistic about that. But I think for taking the long-term view, I think the most important thing is the value to the economy. I mean, certainly car dealers are affected by that as the economy goes, but I think, not having a sustained manufacturing sector focused on the auto industry becomes a huge problem for Canada. And, certainly there's been automotive analysts who have talked about Canada taking on more of the intellectual, high-end, high-tech sector. And we've seen investments, from the member from Essex in the Windsor area, in the University of Windsor and elsewhere. And I think we have to continue to focus on that high level of expertise. But at the end of the day, if we don't have a successful car industry in this country, it's going to hurt everybody across the economy. And dealers feel it too when that connection to successful manufacturing bases makes our voice in those product decisions and everything else, more and more relevant.
I doubt I have much more time to promise, but is there anybody else that would like to weigh in on that question with the time remaining?
It has to be a very short answer.
For Commerce and their effort on the Keep Free
Yes.
Trade initiative. I think one of the important things that all, and I give the opposition credit for this, but also ministers, was make sure that Canadian associations weren't just talking to Canadians about what was important with free trade, but that everybody picked up the phone, got on the plane, flew down to Washington. I know there's members of this committee that did that, and I think that was really pivotal in bringing the association members of the chamber under one banner to get our American counterparts to recognize that they need Canada as much as we need them. So. Thank you.
Mr. Dhaliwal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I would like to thank all the presenters, and you have already answered many of the questions that were asked, all the members. Madam Chair, I want to bring in the working hours next week. That before I do this, I want to thank all the members of this committee, not only the Liberals, but in fact Conservatives Bloc and the NDP for putting extended hours to get this done before February 28th, and I have had discussions with the members, and I propose these hours on 24th, which is Monday. This committee sits from 3:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. On 25th, Tuesday, committee sits from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. 3:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. 26th, Wednesday, committee sits from 3:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. On Thursday, 27th, this committee sits from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And if we can get the witnesses done on 24, 25, or 26, then on 27th, we can do the clause by clause. If we still have witnesses to come forward on 27th, then we do the clause by clause on 28th. Madam
thank
Chair,
you. Thank
you will
you
find the gentleman. And also, I would like to add, I know I talked to Bloc and NDP members because, it's a long time frame. Members might have other duties to run around, and no motions will be entertained unless everybody is present
the whole
here.
team is here.
Okay.
It's wonderful to see the cooperation and how everybody recognizes how important it is for us to make sure we get through that. So, First, you've got to earn the fish or the lobster or whatever it is that you require me to bring in here as your chair. So this is a gentleman's agreement. I didn't add this up, but it's probably about 25 hours.
Is this the 100 witnesses plus what we do this week is 40 witnesses, so we're 140 witnesses.
So we needed to give the, based on the motion we approved this morning, we needed to give the clerk some time to be able to put all of this together. So, all right,
So
thank
do
you,
we have the
Sue.
consent? Is it passed now?
It's a gentleman's motion. Everything is good, Dan?
Good, thank you.
If I could, I mean, I respect that we've had some discussions prior to, but I think it makes sense to have this pass as a resolution of the committee so that it's formalized in that way, that we would move it and pass it. It doesn't look like we need a lot of debate, but I think it would be good if it passed as a resolution.
How about I move it and someone second it? Yeah?
Okay, and it's seconded by Mr. Blakey. All right. All those in favor of the extended hours for next week's program? All right, thank you all very much. We're going to be spending lots of time together. So we are going to suspend for 3 or 4 minutes for our witnesses to leave and our other panel to come up, and maybe some of us can grab a bite to eat. Okay, so. Pursuant to we're studying Bill C4. We welcome our witnesses. Appreciate you coming at this late part of the afternoon. Excuse us for members trying to. This is their lunch and their dinner and the rest of it. That we've been working very hastily trying to deal with all of the issues on NAFTA. So now we have, as an individual, Michael Bose and Darcy Hilgartner, and from the Canada's Building Trades Unions, Robert Couqueran, Chairman of the Executive Board. From the Canadian Trucking Alliance, Lax Schoen, Director Policy and Industry Awareness. From the Dairy Farmers of Canada, we have Christopher Coughlin, and from Mears Dairy Limited, Jake Vermeer. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for making the time, as I said. We'll start with Mr. Bose.
First, I'd like to thank the committee for inviting me here. When I first got the invitation, I wasn't quite sure why anybody would want to hear what I have to say. I'm just a farmer. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not an expert in any field other than raising turkeys. I'd like to thank all the committee members for the time that they put in. I know your jobs are very difficult, and the work on this agreement has been very difficult. It's been many, many years. I'm a fourth-generation farmer, fourth-generation Canadian. My family started in Surrey in 1891. We continue to farm. I have the fifth generation who are, at this moment, wanting to take over the farm. We started in dairy. We suffered the ups and downs of an unregulated industry, and my great-grandfather saw it stabilized through supply management. My father, in the 60s, went on his own and started a turkey farm and was part of the group that started the supply managed sector for turkey in BC. We've seen the ups and downs. This industry is important, and I know that the gentleman to my left is not going to agree with everything I have to say, because this is like death by 1,000 cuts. First, we had the TPP. And in Turkey, we gave up, in those negotiations, we gave up our growth for 12 years. Now we have the CUSMA agreement, which gives up more growth. It's developing an unstable environment for our industry to continue in this province. And I don't think enough consideration has been taken to the effects that this has on our industry. First fact, for every kilo of breast meat imported into Canada, we lose 4 kilos of farm gate production, 4 kilos of production through the processing plants. We just shipped a flock of turkeys, and I did the math, and we're back to 1980 prices, 1980, 1990 prices. Yet we're paying the expenses of 2020. Without a stable, secure marketplace for our poultry, it will be impossible for the next generation to pick up and take over where we leave off. And this will end my family's history in Surrey of farming. I know it's difficult, but we need to find a way. This agreement is going to be ratified. We all know that. We're not kidding ourselves. We need the government to negotiate compensation for the turkey industry as they have negotiated for the dairy industry. We need some form of stabilization for the farmers, and also we need funding put aside for market development so that we can regain market share against our competitors. I know this is about free trade, and I support free trade, and there's segments of agriculture that are going to benefit hugely by the 3 agreements that we've already signed. But the supply managed industry supplies Canada. We cannot supply the U.S. with Canadian product because we'd be entering a subsidized market, and our product just would not be competitive. We can't sustain any further cuts to our bottom line, our revenues. So it's imperative that if we can assign this agreement, that there's support to continue the industry. The supply managed industry is very important to the Canadian agriculture in the fact that it supplies the critical mass that sustains the infrastructure for all the rest of agriculture to compete and exist. And with that, I'll cede my time to the gentleman to my left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to start by thanking the committee for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. As a Canadian farmer, I'm acutely aware of the importance of international trade. I'll give you a little background about myself. I come from a family farm just outside of Camrose, Alberta, which is just 85 kilometers southeast of Edmonton. Along with my brother, our spouses, children, and our parents, we run a farm that produces cereals, wheat and barley, oilseeds, canola and flax, and pulses, peas, and faba beans. We do have some cattle as well to extract some value added out of land that is not good suited for crop production. We're currently managing about 8,000 acres for ourselves and do custom work on an additional 1,000 acres. Like many family farms, our hope is one day to pass our operation down to the next generation. So much of what we have to do is look through the lens of improving our operation, the soil we depend on, the crops we produce, to increase the sustainability and profitability of our farm, leaving it in better condition than when we started. Farming is a tough business. As many say, if it was easy, everyone would do it, but it's not. So we try to be as efficient as we can, managing the variables within our grasp. We can't control the weather, but we can use reduced tillage to maximize moisture and heat we receive. Crop inputs are a huge part of our operation, and expenses and costs can fluctuate year to year, so we do our best to buy when prices are within our budget and use technologies like variable rate seed and fertilizer and GPS guidance to make sure we are using these items judiciously, not only for our bottom line, but for the consumer that is ever increasingly concerned about how their food is produced. Canadian farmers are amazing at producing high quality, sustainably produced crops in large abundance. And with a relatively small population, that means we need foreign markets. 75% of our wheat, 90% of our canola, and up to 75% of our pulses are sent to global buyers. In some sectors, like pulses, we are the largest exporter in the world. 1 in 2 jobs in the crop production sphere depend on these exports. So trade is key. Global prices will always fluctuate with supply and demand, a reality of the system farmers can deal with. But it's the artificial barriers, that be tariffs, restrictions, and regulations that may or may not be based on scientific assessments that may be difficult to manage. Bilateral and multilateral agreements between countries help to facilitate that flow of goods. They eliminate many of these barriers and provide a dispute mechanism to deal with future issues. So trade agreements are very important, especially with our closest countries and their large populations. The NAFTA agreement has worked well for my industry since coming into effect in 1994. Since its inception, our trade with the U.S. and Mexico have grown dramatically, creating a highly integrated supply chain between our countries. In my own community, it has created an economic environment to build a canola crushing facility. The oil and meal are shipped by rail. Well, maybe not this week, but the oil is heading to Asian markets and the meal is heading to dairies in California. When the U.S. government made it known that they wanted to reopen the agreement that was a concern for many sectors, especially knowing the unorthodox negotiation methods of the current U.S. administration has undertaken with other global affairs. For most farmers, this negotiation in the grain sector was more about retaining what we had already established. Duty-free access to the U.S. and Mexican markets was key. But the agreement was also 25 years old, and there was room for improvement. Biotechnology and plant breeding, including techniques that were just in their infancy or didn't exist in 1984, were missing. There was room for regulatory harmonization in food and crop products, especially in the areas of crop production, protection products, and developing maximum residue limits. low-level presence with biotech crops had become a challenge as our ability to detect a substance had moved from parts per million to parts per billion. Zero tolerance was no longer achievable, and standards need to be set. For cereal crops like wheat, the current legislation created inequity with our U.S. farmers, delivering registered varieties into the Canadian market that Canadian farmers were not subject to. And as well, canola-based value-added products like margarine and shortening were subject to tariffs, making them less competitive in the U.S. market. After a little over a year of negotiation, we had a deal on the table. The Canada-U.S.-Mexico Agreement, or CUSMA. Key component is the retention of duty-free access into the U.S. and Mexican markets. This is by far the most important part of this for the sector and me. Continuation of stable and reliable trade with the U.S. and Mexico is vital. As well, it addressed many of the areas of concern I mentioned earlier, chapters on biotech, regulatory harmonization, as well as provisions for low-level presence events, and removal of tariffs on items such as margarine. As well, the U.S. wheat grown with varieties registered in Canada would receive a Canadian grade, no different than Canadian producers. Do I have concerns with the agreement as it stands? A few. Chapter 32, which requires the U.S. and Mexico to be notified when we enter into trade negotiations with a non-market country, as well as to supply the agreement for review before signing, does seem to push the boundaries of national sovereignty. The use of words like encouraged, important steps forward in regards to modernization of procedures and harmonization of regulations in various areas tends to be viewed with cynicism within the agricultural community. The hope is that these will not just be words, but will have concrete actions to go along with them. Canadian farmers are currently facing substantial global trade issues with countries like India and China, where we have developed markets but lack significant trade agreements. Such agreements offer rules and procedures to handle disputes. We know dispute settlement processes are long and less than perfect, but they're a starting point for negotiation. The eyes of the world are upon us. Global traders are looking for high quality, consistently produced, and reliably delivered agricultural products. Farmers in Canada are up to the task in the areas of production and quality. We look to the government and this committee to focus on those impediments to trade that exist not only in the world market, but right here at home. Events of recent weeks have had a huge effect on investor confidence in our country and concern global buyers as the ability for us to deliver products in a timely manner. As a grain farmer from Central Alberta, CUSMA offers subtle changes over the current NAFTA agreement, but for my farm and producers across the country, having a stable and reliable supply chain integrated with our neighboring countries is key to our economic growth. We need more trade, not less. We appreciate the work of this committee. A part of good governance is oversight and analysis to make sure that agreements that this country enters into are in the best interests of Canada and Canadians. But I look forward to the ratification of this agreement so we can focus on the next challenges ahead. I thank you for your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you both very much. Mr. Kukrin from the Canadian Building Trades Union.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Robert Kucherin. I'm the chairman of the executive board of Canada's Building Trades Unions, and we're the voice of over 500,000 skilled Canadian construction workers, members of 15 international unions who work in more than 60 different trades and occupations. Construction is one of the largest sectors in the Canadian economy, representing about 14% of Canada's GDP. Although the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, CUSMA, does not have a direct impact on the CBTU or the construction we represent, its efforts to improve labor standards among the three countries have a direct positive impact on our sector. Therefore, the impending ratification of the updated CUSMA offers us an important opportunity to voice support for this vital trade deal. As mentioned, CUSMA includes a comprehensive labor chapter fully subject to the dispute settlement provisions of the agreement, which aims to raise and improve labor standards and working conditions in all three countries by building on international labor principles and rights. Labor standards and working conditions have always been a priority of the CBTU as well as our affiliates. We realize that these improvements are targeted to our trading partners, but really that's a testament to the level of labor standards and working conditions we have in Canada and continue to advocate for and strengthen them in this country. Specifically, the chapter on labor includes an annex on worker representation and collective bargaining in Mexico, under which Mexico commits to specific legislation actions that provide for the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining. We applaud and support the Government of Canada in its goal to level the playing field on labor standards and working conditions to ensure parties do not lower their levels of protection to attract trade or investment, but to raise them to the higher standard. Canada's building trades unions are pleased with the added provisions that provide commitments to ensure greater protection for fundamental principles and rights at work. And these include to prohibit the importation of goods produced through forced labor, enforce obligations related to discrimination, including discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity, address violence against workers for exercising their labor rights, including single instances of violence or threats thereof, and ensure migrant workers are protected under these labor laws. Canada's building trades unions supports these commitments, believing that stronger labor rights will lead to stronger health and safety laws, not only for construction workers, but for all workers. And along with stronger labor provisions, we believe that increased trade leads to stronger economies. This new agreement will reinforce the strong economic ties between the three countries and support the well-paying middle-class jobs that will strengthen the economies of all three countries. Now, we also support the significant gains that have been achieved for Canadian workers in general, and these were described earlier in the day by the Canadian Labour Congress's submission. Some of the highlights are the elimination of Chapter 12, the investor-state dispute settlement provisions under the old NAFTA, which prioritized the rights of foreign investors and corporations over the rights of sovereign governments. The increased North American content required for vehicles from 62.5% to 75%, and the new labor value content requirement that stipulates that 40% of material and manufacturing costs in an automobile and 45% in a truck will have to originate in facilities where direct production workers have an average hourly wage of at least $16 US an hour. Elimination of NAFTA's energy chapter, including the proportionality clause that required Canada to export a fixed share of energy production to the US, even in times of energy shortages. The strengthening of NAFTA's cultural exception, which is the expansion to include digital industries. A clear general exception for Indigenous rights, which implies that nothing in this agreement prevents North American governments from fulfilling their legal, social, economic, cultural, and moral obligations to First Nations. Canada's building trades unions, along with our full affiliation with the North American building trades unions, welcomes the vital improvement to CUSMA that were negotiated early in 2019. And this was between the House Democrats and the U.S. Trade Representative, which were recently passed in the U.S. Senate. And some of these include the removal of language that allowed a responding party to block the formation of a dispute settlement panel, the reversal of burden of proof on labor and environmental violations, the removal of language in Article 23.6 that rendered the prohibition of goods produced in whole or in part through forced and compulsory labor unenforceable. The removal of language 23.7, which stipulated that parties only have to address cases of violence against workers that are occurring through a sustained and a recurring course of action or inaction. The introduction of a bilateral rapid trade labor mechanism that allows for an independent investigation of potential violations of freedom of association and collective bargaining at specific facilities where violations are found to be occurring. The imposition of penalties on goods that are not produced in compliance with these obligations. And the removal of provisions requiring 10 years of market protection for biologics. An area that still needs some attention. Canada's building trades unions would have liked to have seen greater access for qualified construction workers between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. With similarities in training and accreditation for these skilled trades, both in Canada and the U.S. specifically, we believe that the labor shortages in our countries can have a North American solution. We understand that Canada's negotiators attempt to include this in the negotiations, but ultimately it didn't get to the final text. We thank our negotiators for listening to the CBTU and our affiliates who strongly believe that advocated for this, and we stand ready to consult with the Government of Canada to offer our expertise in areas of mutual benefit. Canada's Building Trades Unions support Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, and we urge all parties to pass Bill C-4. We believe that the provisions and commitments included in CUSMA will continue reinforcing the strong economic ties between the three countries and while supporting middle-class jobs into the future. And I want to thank the committee for allowing us the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Canadian Trucking Alliance, Mr. Schoen, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for having me here today. The Canadian Trucking Alliance is here today to strongly endorse the ratification of the CUSMA. Canada's total trade, including imports and exports with all partners, is close to $1 trillion. Almost half of this trade, or just over $500 billion, is with the United States. Our second largest trading partner, the EU, comes in at a distant second at $94 billion. Who moves this trade? Measured by value, the trucking industry moves close to 70% of trade with the U.S., which reflects the intricate nature of our economies. Typically, over 10 million trucks cross the Canada-U.S. border each year, with the value of goods increasing since 2011. Over 40% of Canada's GDP is dependent upon trade with the United States. Some of the top import and export categories in 2018 included mineral fuels, vehicles, machinery, and plastics, all goods that can be transported by truck. Canada is the United States' second largest supplier of agricultural imports, leading in categories such as snack foods, meats, vegetable oils, and processed fruits and vegetables. Canada is the United States' largest buyer of agricultural products, where again, trucking dominates as the mode servicing this trade category. Some of the leading agricultural import categories include fresh fruits and vegetables, snack foods, and non-alcoholic beverages. Some of Canada's top trading partners south of the border include Michigan, California, Texas, New York, Ohio, Illinois, and Washington. CTA firmly believes the Government of Canada has delivered the best deal possible for Canadians. With the U.S. being by far our largest trading partner, CTA welcomes the certainty of a trade deal. CTA's analysis of certain sections of the agreement identifies some positive changes on how goods cross the border by truck. Once ratified, CTA looks forward to working with the Government of Canada on the following potential items under the CUSMA agreement. Potential revisions to the temporary admission of goods as relates to movements in transit, changes to promote trade facilitation through electronic submissions, which will reduce burdensome paper processes, establishing a single window system, which enables the electronic submission of data for all countries through a single entry point, which will reduce redundancies and simplify trade, potential changes to the administration of customs penalties and how they are imposed, including the treatment of clerical or minor errors, and lastly, facilitating trade through programs designed to improve the movement of goods, including, if feasible, alignment of hours of service requirements, joint customs inspections, and shared customs facilities. CTA would like to close our statement by recognizing the commitment of the Government of Canada to continually make budget investments to make our border work from both a safety and trade perspective. This investment must continue to address physical infrastructure, IT systems, staffing at the border, and developing policy to allow compliant and secure trucking companies to carry trade with the U.S. in the most efficient manner possible. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. On to Mr. Vermeer from Vermeer's Dairy.
Good evening.
My name is Jake Vermeer, and I'm a proud first-generation Canadian from Camrose, Alberta. I'm humbled to be given the chance to speak before you today on behalf of an industry that I'm so passionate about. I want to begin by telling you about our farm to help provide you context regarding the people that are impacted by the CUSMA agreement. In 1991, local Dutch officials notified my father and grandpa that their land was going to be placed under an expansion ban for the purpose of diverting a local waterway through their land. This capped the amount of cows that our family could milk and thus could no longer sustain 2 families. This was a massive blow because for generation upon generation, my bloodlines have milked cows and tended the land together. Farming is a lifestyle before it's a job. My grandpa told my father that if he was set on farming, he would need to find a new place to start over. My parents were in no financial position to relocate in Holland, so they decided to come to Canada as exchange students and experience the tall tales of Canada that they had been hearing about. Those tales of large parcels of land, genuine people, and the opportunity to sustain a family did not disappoint. My parents, at the age of 24 and 28, decided to immigrate and bought a small 40-cow dairy and 160 acres of land. They spoke little to no English and came to Canada with a strong work ethic, a desire to milk cows, and a hope for the Canadian dream. Shortly after making the most significant investment of their young careers, the first NAFTA agreement was signed and talks of ending supply management circled the dairy industry. My mother remembers my father coming home from an Alberta milk meeting and saying, "I think we made a huge mistake." However, stronger heads prevailed and the Canadian government was able to negotiate a fair deal for its dairy farmers and they were able to prosper. They were relieved and continued to grow the farm. The story of my parents and the farm legacy that they began is one that showcases true perseverance, hard work, and progressiveness. It was with that market stability and fair compensation that supply management offers that my parents turned that small 40-cow dairy into the 600-cow dairy it is today. We employ over 15 local Camrose residents, and our farm generates a considerable amount of economic prosperity in a shrinking rural Alberta. Our farm, and many farms like it across the country, locally source grains, veterinarians, and processing plant. It is not hard to see that dairy farms are a large contributor to rural and urban economies. In fact, across Canada, we contribute nearly $20 billion towards the GDP and sustain about 200,000 jobs. Times are changing, however. Countries have negotiated new trade deals with Canada, and our governments have slowly passed out our domestic dairy market shares. In CUSMA alone, we will lose 3.9% of our markets, as well as the elimination of Class 7, an integral part of meeting the butter demand of Canadian consumers. It's important to note that the 3.9% is in addition to the current access already granted through the World Trade Organization, the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, and the CPTPP. The combined access for all the agreements totals 18% of the Canadian market, or $1.3 billion of Canadian producer revenue. Each of these deals delivers a crack to the foundation of supply management. There are deep local economic ramifications of these concessions. The projected loss for Alberta regarding the market loss is $16.13 million, and the elimination of Class 7 and restrictions on export/surcharges ranges from 4.8 to a staggering $29.66 million. We can assume those impacts will have a ripple effect starting in rural Alberta with those that our farms rely on most, and then have the potential to affect urban areas. This agreement will send an end to nearly 40 farms in Alberta and far more across Canada. But the negative effects don't end there. As a Canadian and a Canadian dairy farmer, one of my main concerns with the CUSMA agreement is a new American oversight on dairy policy in Canada. The oversight clause undermines Canadian sovereignty and its ability to develop and manage Canadian policies without U.S. intervention. These transparency provisions are contained in the annex in a series of clauses. For example, Canada must inform the U.S. of any milk class modification. The USA will not need to provide similar levels of transparency into their system. This approach is yet another example of how CUSMA removes our competitive advantage and ties the Canadian dairy industry's hands to American decision-making. This should not be understated and will have a lasting effect on our domestic dairy sector. Our anthem proudly states, "True North, strong and free," but this new American oversight is far from it. The Canadian government has continuously handed out market shares in every new trade deal, and this has left our dairy processors in a state of uncertainty. With a lack of investment, our processors are now aging and unable to meet the demands of our market. We need market stability in order to garner proper investment in the processing industry in order to compete against the foreign milk that is invading our market. Without this investment, farms like mine won't be able to continue to grow and contribute to the economy. My final point comes from my grandparents who still live in Holland. They notified us about a debate that is taking place in their parliament regarding CETA. In the last CETA agreement with Europe, Canadian beef farmers were given a new market share to export beef to. We were told that this exchange was necessary for dairy access. However, the debate that is occurring is whether or not Europe feels that our Canadian beef meets their standards to be allowed into supermarkets. We have to make an import concession to create a new export market. Then should we not allow our trading partners to close that market after the deal has been struck? Otherwise, what was the point of our dairy concessions? Now, both our beef and dairy farmers are no better for it. There has to be a better way. Dairy farmers in Canada have always been cherished as family farms who produce the highest quality milk and take great pride in taking care of their herd. However, every time a new trade deal comes around, we are forced to sacrifice a portion of our market in order to complete the trade deal. We see very little in return for our sacrifice, and while we are appreciative of compensation packages, we would much rather earn the money by supplying consumers with the dairy products they deserve. As a young producer, looking forward to the future, I don't see the same thing my parents did 25 years ago. As foreign governments demand my market shares, and I see my costs rising for producing the same liters of milk, I worry about the sustainability of my livelihood, because farming isn't just a job, it's a lifestyle. I am proud to have been able to share with you the viewpoint of our family farm. My parents and I are still extremely proud to live in Canada, but we rightfully worry about the future and the future of my kids. CUSMA will have a significantly negative impact on our dairy farm and thousands across the country, not just now, but in perpetuity. I stand here feeling what my grandpa must have felt when his land was annexed so many years ago. Despite our best intention, 3:30 wake-ups, 14-hour days, and supporting our local communities, my farm will now struggle to grow, and I worry about our future. Our farm has always had a saying, if you're standing still, you're going backwards. It's time for this government to let us move forward. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I hope I was able to put a face to the negative impacts of signing this agreement and the impacts on dairy farms across Canada.
Thank you all very, very much. On to our questioners, Mr. Krantz.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand a couple of the witnesses here today are from Damien Currick's riding, who's joining me here today. So I would like to give my time to Damien so he can ask questions of the witnesses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cram, and thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all of the witnesses taking the time out of their busy schedules to come to Ottawa and to share their perspectives on what is a very, very important issue. And I know I think that all around this table and all the witnesses would agree the importance of trade in an integrated market, even though there are disagreements as to some of the specific aspects of that. So to Mr. Hilgardner, I would be very curious to hear some of the negative impacts that not just the trade uncertainty regarding this new NAFTA agreement that your family operation has faced, but the impacts of the overall trade uncertainty with Canada in a global marketplace and how that's affected your local family operation.
Yeah, so as I alluded to in my opening remarks, trade agreements are so important for stability. Supply and demand, as a farmer, I can work with that. I can read the charts and kind of get a sense of where I need to be. It's those, tariff and more importantly, non-tariff barriers that are a challenge for myself and my farm. We ran into that with India. They overnight slapped a tariff and phytosanitary bans on pulse products entering into our largest export market for import market for our pulses coming out of Canada, and overnight that market disappeared. That's a crushing blow for an industry that's in a segment in the pulses that we're just trying to develop now. Same goes with China, where we had issues with blackleg. Is that based on sound science, or is there some other reason? Again, without having any kind of trade agreement with those markets, you can spend a lot of time developing a market and a relationship to have that end in a heartbeat.
I appreciate that very much, and in that I think you kind of addressed at the end of your answer something that concerns many of us, and that's Section 32 and the erosion of Canadian sovereignty in terms of Canada's trading relationships, not just with with our North American counterparts, but around the world. Now, acknowledging the importance of free trade, Canada, the sovereignty of our nation needs to be respected in this process. So, would you have further comments, Mr. Hilgardner, about the impact that erosion of sovereignty would have on specifically the grains and those access to those markets globally?
So I'm not a trade expert. I'm a farmer from central Alberta. But to me, that seems unique that we would enter into trade agreements that, any negotiations that we might plan to enter into the future would be scrutinized by another government before we even start the negotiations and then before we sign on to that. So I do have some concerns with that, that, how would that play out and how is that going to work? I know we've heard from our trade negotiators suggest that it won't be an issue, but again, the future will tell how that will play. But it's a concern, right?
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, and the comment you made about just being a farmer, and there's three quote just farmers at the table there, but let me assure you that just being a farmer, it's a noble profession. I'm a fifth generation farmer myself, and proud to farm in East Central Alberta. And it's not just a farmer; it's a significant economic player involved in the community, and appreciate that you're all here sharing your perspectives before this committee. I'd move my next question to Mr. Vermeer, and on the same topic of Canadian sovereignty. It's very, very concerning, as Mr. Hilgardner has referenced, that there's this erosion that another government, that President Trump, for example, would have a role to play in not just Canada's negotiation with other countries and our trade agreements, but that he would be involved in the pre, during, and post process of what that might look like. Mr. Vermeer, would you have any further comments on any concerns related about that?
I think my first question I would flip it back to you. Would the Americans agree to an agreement like this?
That's a great question, and one I would suggest that should be asked of the government that was at the negotiating table for at least part of the time. I know they were locked out of some of those negotiations. No, and a very, very valid one.
But I can speak more to the sovereignty. That was just a question. Yeah, it's a big deal for us. We were able to create new classes and change milk class modifications inside of our domestic policy agreements. And now with this new clause that seems to be in the CUSMA agreement, we no longer will be able to have a competitive advantage by creating new milk class modifications. So that puts us at a serious disability. And we're also the big thing in the CUSMA for the dairy farms of Canada is this new agreement, well, not agreement, but an annex that's being forced on us, is that we're going to have an export cap now, not just to America, but completely internationally. So this is completely new in international trade agreements, that we're actually having an export cap without even any regards to who we're dealing with. So that is of significant importance, I think.
Yeah. No. Sure. Okay.
All right. On to Mr. Sarai.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for coming out here, though I represent a very urban riding, Surrey Centre. I come from Surrey, which Mr. Bose is here, and it's one of the largest trading cities in the country, has a large border with the U.S. It also has dairy farms, including one right across the street from my house, and it has one of the largest trucking logistics hub in probably North America, and it's the second largest city. So and I'm also home to 3 trade schools from your local branch of BC Trade. So what you have said is kind of a cross-section of what happens in Surrey, and it's great to know. I'd like to assure Mr. Vermeer, based on what Mr. Hilgardner said, was that having certainty helps a lot. You don't always get exactly what you want. We heard our chief negotiator last week, who had let us know that the very first thing that the Americans wanted was supply management. That was their main target, and I was proud to say that they were able to defend 97% 6.1% of that, and yes, there are some sacrifices, but we're hoping that we can work with your sector and perhaps come to methods that can help relieve it. I would have to say that you should be proud that Canadian milk is one of the best milk in the world, and I think that's our competitive edge, and you need to market that, and whatever help the government can do, I ask that you do that. On that same note, I want to ask Mr. Bose, whose farm I drive by as I go to home, and household name, the Bose Farms in Surrey. How can the government help the turkey or the poultry sector, in your particular case, to sustain itself, to increase itself? I know it's always had a challenging time, but with this agreement, how can we help you?
With this agreement, about the only way that the government can help us now is by providing compensation for the loss of the value and helping the industry develop new products to regain some of our market share. As was pointed out by Mr. Vermeer, if we're standing still, we're going backwards. And my father always said that. Unfortunately, he's not here today, or he'd be the one sitting here talking to you. We need to find a way to help the industry grow. We haven't been a growth industry, and with the TPP and CUSMA, and we know that England's coming, and South America. Chile hasn't signed on yet to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and when they do, that's going to be a huge blow because they're a big producer of turkey, and it's gonna reduce our market share by a lot. We don't know exactly what, but when they sign on, it's going to hurt. So there has to be a mechanism put in place to help the industry find a way to grow.
Thank you.
And it will be financial. And I find it odd that a sovereign country would sign an agreement that would take 5 sectors of an industry like agriculture that are self-sufficient and put themselves in a position where they are now going to have to put tax dollars in to help those industries survive. And the supply managed sectors are vital to Canadian agriculture, just as the grain producers have always been.
Thank you. Mr. Schoen, you've said that the trucking industry expects to actually have gains on this with more trade. What percentage of gains, or is it just a certainty and then the growth? And also, does Mexico gain any access to trucking routes or ability as compared to what we had before?
Thank you for the question. In terms of the gains itself, I think the gains come with certainty. The trucking industry is very much tied to how the economy is going. If the economy is under a state of uncertainty, the trucking industry tends to suffer with that as well. In terms of some of the positive things that have come out of this agreement for our industry, anyone who's dealt with the cross-border customs process would know that doing anything via paper is extremely cumbersome and onerous. So there isn't a commitment to move more border processes to an electronic process. Now, there's also a commitment to look at shared facilities and customs inspections when it comes to goods that are regulated by either the CFIA or the USDA. At the current time, it could take multiple hours to conduct inspections, whether it's related to meat or other products at the border. So having the ability to do these inspections at one location with both U.S. officials and Canadian officials will really cut down the amount of time that truck drivers and trucking companies have to spend at the border. So those are definitely some of the highlights that we've seen from the agreement, but the main highlight, I think, is having that certainty in place, because the trucking industry really runs on whether the economy itself is hot or cold in the moment.
And Mr. Kucherin, in terms of Canadian trades, you guys have done a great job in terms of creating trades for the future, apprentices and whatnot. Does this agreement protect you from unskilled workers or low-paid workers that would come in from other territories or other regions around the world? Would this protect higher-paid, properly legislated wage jurisdictions in a better way after this agreement's been modified?
We're getting there. Not quite all the way there, but we're getting there. Right. I mean, the more the more we raise the standards in other places, the better we are be able to compete in Canada. And I mean, we have a great apprenticeship system in Canada, a great accreditation system, and that system more or less matches the U.S. So there's a quite a nice transfer of skills and knowledge from at least us in the U.S. Mexico's a little bit behind the 8 ball, and they have some catching up to do. But with these revisions and modifications, it puts us on a much better playing field.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Oui, alors merci à vous.
Thank you for everyone for being here today and for your testimony. Your contributions are always very helpful, especially when it comes to signing off on this new accord. Now, in my riding, there are a lot of dairy farmers. My riding is, in fact, a centre of dairy processing, so I'd like to direct my question at Mr. Vermeer. The dairy farmers that I spoke to personally said that they're very disappointed, just like you are, at the turn of events, the control on exports, Chapter 7, the opening up of the 3% of the market. But we heard two things. Despite this disappointment, there's an understanding that we can't go backwards, but that there is one form of compensation. There should be one form of compensation and at least a time frame to be able to adapt and change. What would be a reasonable time frame to your mind?
I think that as CUSMA comes into effect, I think that compensation needs to happen very, very quickly. Just to give an example, in the last few years, our industry has seen significant growth when we created special milk classes, and our markets were actually growing. And so a lot of dairy farmers invested into their farms to be able to anticipate the growth and the new markets, which I think I want to say that dairy farmers have been very good adapting to the increases in markets and have been able to fulfill the demands of the market. On a personal note, we built a brand new barn to be able to handle market increases. We spent close to $3 million. And so these are the type of investments that dairy farms are doing to be able to handle the market growth. And I think that if we don't see market value compensation soon, that a lot of dairy farms, depending on where they are in their business cycles, especially for our youth who are coming into dairy as I am, it will be a very difficult time.
And as far as the form of compensation is concerned, do you favour direct financial compensation, for example?
Yes, it needs to be direct compensation for market value for the quotas that were lost. Yeah, we don't believe in programs that are built for innovation as a form of compensation, because that is not compensation. That is a program for innovation and efficiencies. So when we lose market shares, we need to receive compensation, and we can talk about programs for efficiencies and innovations at a later point.
Well, that kind of program that has been set up over recent years and often with very disappointing results, mixed results, at the end of the day, well, the first installment of compensation comes in. It came in shortly after the previous agreement, but does it really and truly provide adequate compensation?
No. Lots of times compensation is always less than market value, and that sets us back. I think, like I said before, and I mentioned in my speech, Canadian farmers want to produce the market milk production that is needed. So truly, we'd rather just see no concessions and allow Canadian dairy farmers to produce the domestic need for milk production. Because, like was said before, we do have one of the highest qualities of milk in the world, and it's unparalleled. So that would be my answer.
Do I have any time left? Yes, 1 minute. As far as the dairy market is concerned, is there any kind of strategy that's being thought through, hashed out concerning eliminating Category 7?
I'm just a dairy farmer. So I'm here on behalf of my farm as an individual. I am not privy to any information that is above my head. So I guess I would direct your question to Dairy Farms of Canada.
Oui, qui malheureusement sont pas.
Unfortunately, they're not here. They were supposed to be, weren't they? Oh, well, because of the snowstorm, they weren't able to be here. We would have liked to have heard from them, but thank you nevertheless for having represented the dairy sector today, sir.
So we will be expecting them at probably next week. Hopefully the weather is good at that point. So, okay, thank you very much. On to Mr. Blakey.
I'll just start by saying thank you to all the witnesses for making time to be with us here today, particularly those who had to travel long distances to be here. I wanted to ask Mr. Kacharan, talk about labor mobility provisions, and it is a frustration of mine that, you know, if you look at the CPTPP, for instance, Chapter 12 has a lot of labor mobility provisions that might not look terrible on paper, but are quite open to abuse. And I know there's some follow-up discussions happening on trying to have an adequate record keeping of who's coming in to the country under Chapter 12 for what purposes. Chapter 16 of CUSMA allows for temporary entry for business persons. Wondering if there's similar concerns around Chapter 16 in CUSMA as we saw for Chapter 12 in the TPP. And beyond that, if you might expand on, I mean, for me, it's a frustration. It may well be for you. I mean, we do see labor mobility provisions that have something to do with bringing people into Canada to provide wage competition. But when you have comparable certifications and you could actually facilitate the movement of labor across a border without it being about wage competition, or without it being about bringing in folks who don't have the same level of certification and therefore charge less for their labor, or are easier to get people in large numbers if the threshold for certification is lower. When we actually have what could be a fair trade in labor, we can't seem to get provisions that facilitate that, which makes it hard. Like, I'm an IBW 2085 member. I'm a construction electrician. I know sometimes work is short here. There's work in the States. Guys can't go to a sister hall in the States and work out of there, and vice versa. When there has been an abundance of work in Canada, sometimes there's been employers complaining of skilled labor shortage, and we've got brothers and sisters in the United States who are out of work, would love to come to Canada and work on a job after Canadians have gotten their first crack at it. Do you have any sense as to why it is we can't get labor mobility provisions for non-competitive labor in that sense, and why we only seem to get it when it's about undercutting Canadian workers and their wages?
Two things. One you picked up on, I guess it's always been a challenge that if you have a market that tends to be so unbalanced between us and Mexico, and even in the States, it can be unbalanced at certain areas. Mm-hmm. I think that just invites more of the underground economy, which is very alive and well, right, in certain sectors more than others. But without trade provisions and protections, that's exactly what you get, is a thriving underground economy, and then nobody wins. Nobody gets the taxes, nobody gets the revenue, and nobody gets the product. We had lobbied for better access to the U.S. Because, I mean, the market our training is based on the same model. Our members belong to 15 international unions, and the same training standards and accreditation kind of go back and forth across the borders. There's not an issue there. I think what the problem is some of the lack of accreditation and understanding on the Mexico side. And again, that just invites more underground economy that nobody wins. And nobody can really judge, right, what that level is, because then you get into a situation where companies are undermining each other based on the cost of labor and really trying to make a profit off the backs of working families. I don't know if that answered some of your question.
Some of it, yeah. I think enough for now, just because we do have limited time. I wanted to ask some of our farming folks. First of all, I just want to say thanks again for coming. And by no means does anybody here, I think that you're just farmers. It's good information for us to have. I don't have a farming background, but I do come from the prairies, and the NDP has a long history of supporting supply management, which I think we've continued to do in this debate here. I think one of the things that I've been trying to understand, and maybe either of our supply managed farmers here would like to contribute. I know we heard some discussion along these lines already, but I find it really frustrating as somebody who's often in the position of arguing against the so-called parties of business for supply management, and the parties of business who say they want low taxes and they don't want direct subsidies are the very same parties that have been undermining an industry that has been able to supply at fair prices the products Canadians need and sustain themselves. In international markets, they're doing that against competitors who are very heavily subsidized by taxpayers in the other jurisdictions. How does it fit with a model that says we, like, from parties that say we want low taxes and we don't want government subsidies, to be undermining the supply managed sector in Canada that accomplishes that? I can't square that circle. I'm wondering, given your experience in the industry, if you could help me to do that.
I don't think you can square that circle. During these negotiations, when dairy was brought up, because dairy is the biggest part of the supply managed sector, we always looked at the New Zealand model. 1984, New Zealand went broke. The International Monetary Fund forced New Zealand to abandon supply management. Australia, same thing, abandoned supply management. In both those countries, when they abandoned supply management, price to local consumers went up. They have been forced to subsidize. New Zealand is a big contributor to the world oversupply of milk, and yet continually they build new farms, eliminating sheep production in favor of producing more milk that's not needed on the world market. The popular concept out there is supply management causes high-priced food. That's actually not true. The difference is between Canada and the U.S. is in Canada, you're paying full value for your food. In the U.S., you're not. The government is paying well over 50% of the value of the food. Now, the only argument for me against supply management that holds any water is the fact that the disadvantaged in our communities, those that are struggling to get by, can't put food on the table, are still paying full price, where in the U.S., they aren't paying full price, but neither are those that have no problem paying full price. Our cost of production is in most cases lower here. The difference is you're paying the actual value. And it's really hard to square the circle to undercut supply management. And the supply, there's only 5 supply managed sectors because it's the only 5 sectors that can 12 months of the year supply 100% of the needs of Canada.
We're all listening to every word you say, but it goes way over your time, but it was very interesting. So I'm sorry I have to cut you off. Mr. Lewis.
Well, thank you very much. And how much time do I have, Madam Chair?
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
And it'll be just 5.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to do you this committee a favor and probably not even use it all.
Oh,
how's that? I'll get us back on track.
I think that's very nice.
But there's no promises.
Thank you very much.
My question is for Mr. Sloan. Mr. Schoen, my bad. No glasses. So, and I'm not going to keep repeating myself, but this again falls right in line with what I've been kind of preaching to all day. So my riding is Essex, very close to the new, hopefully soon to be built International Gordie Howe Bridge. As a matter of fact, just last week I got an update on that bridge, which for all intents and purposes, it's trending in the right direction, although never quite quick enough. Also in my riding, the transport industry is huge, as you can be well aware, be it for shipping grain, be it for the auto industry. And another huge one for us is the produce industry. We are covered in I think one of the very largest ridings under plastic, so they speak, so the greenhouse industry. So it's huge for our area. So I've kept myself relatively up to speed on that. One interesting thing that came out of my meeting, my update meeting with the Gordie Howe Bridge, was specific to what you mentioned about, which was the electronic process. I understand the paperwork process dearly, because for many, many years with our business, it's what I did. Friday afternoons were just lovely. What was worse was Monday mornings, when I would get a phone call at 3, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning saying, yeah, Chris, your temporary import bond, yeah, it doesn't go through, right? So I'd have people waiting to go to work, so to speak, that are sitting at the border. The reason I continue to bring this up today is because I know how many years I did it for, and how many times things changed, and how many of my owner-operators were less than pleased with the situation many times. So my question to you is, notwithstanding the fact that we are, the government, so to speak, is very much going the electronic process and getting away from the paper, at the end of the day, it's of my belief system that unless our CBSA border officers are taught properly, are knowledgeable of the new tariffs, unless the people like myself that sit behind the desk that write all these new tariffs out, eventually it's going to fall on the lap of the person that's spending the most time away from home, the owner-operator. You can be stuck at the border. What kind of provisions or is this a concern at all from your association has been brought up? And if not, do you think it's a good idea that we bring that forward?
Thank you for the question. I think when you're looking at cross-border trucking, border wait times has been a historical issue for many of our members going back for a number of years. A lot of this has to go back to the lack of staffing that's available at the border and the cuts that have been happening on that front. The benefit of going fully electronic, whether it's using technology such as facial recognition or license plate readers, it really speeds up the time, the amount of time a truck has to spend at the border. So, for instance, there is a pilot project which is ongoing at the Ambassador Bridge, which does employ the use of RFID and license plate readers, which cuts the transit time it takes for a truck to cross the border by more than 2/3. So, looking at technology and employing technology in the absence of staffing at the border, in the absence of resources for that, is something that we've definitely been behind in the industry. Again, technology, I think, is going to be ever increasing in the border process. We have some members that currently conduct a few paper processes for cross-border shipments, and some of the paper actually has more miles on it than the actual load that's going across the borders. So anything that will speed up the amount of time a truck has to spend at the border is definitely something we'd be in favor of. And looking at electronic options is definitely, I think, a no-brainer for our industry moving forward.
Very well, thank you. And I'll just go very, very quickly, Madam Chair, I promise.
You have 30 seconds for the question and the answer, sir.
Perfect. That's very, very quick. I'm down to 27. So because I don't know what the government has literally put in place for the training and those types of things, I guess my comment without an answer is if they haven't done a whole lot on that front, I hope they have like some anger management sessions ready for our owner-operators, because there'll be a lot of very upset people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. On to Mr. Raya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bose, I'm glad that you mentioned the poor Canadian families have to pay high for expensive milk. You know, Canada is a trading nation. The richness that we have today, the high standard of living we have today, basically has come from trading. 60% of our GDP is from trading. It is from the exports like Mr. Hilgartner and the others they do that we continue to have this richness in Canada. You did mention something about the New Zealand farmers, dairy farmers. You said the milk is expensive there, but still we have to appreciate how the New Zealand dairy industry changed and has grown to be a significant player in the world. So my thing is that if we say that we don't allow imports into some sectors inside Canada, how can we ask other countries to open their markets for our exports? Mr. Hilgartner, you did mention some trade barriers with respect to India. I think it is important that we know both the tariff and non-tariff barriers faced by exporters like you. Before going to other markets like China or India, I would like to ask you if you have any concerns or if there are any non-tariff barriers in the North American market.
I'd have to say that being with the NAFTA that we had established in 1994, that helped with so many of those, right? We had that duty-free access to the U.S. and then into to Mexico. An area that I, as a producer, see some concern with is that harmonization of regulations. The grain industry has gotten extremely efficient, but that means subtle changes in market costs, input costs can be of a huge disadvantage for us. Crop protection products. There's stuff that's available on the U.S. side that is maybe not available here in Canada. The challenges is harmonization. We look at those crop protection items, movement of value added into the U.S. Sometimes you see that differences, and we're seeing a lot of that now with regulations as far as packaging. I know with the value-added products, whether that be ingredients, nutrition, we run into difficulties with labeling. And so those are some areas of harmonization that would be helpful for the agri-food market.
You mentioned about the tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers in India. Some time back, I was told that the biggest export from Canada to one of the fastest growing market India is lentils. I don't know if still that is the case. And what is the current situation with respect to those?
So there was two items there. There was a tariff imposed on peas and lentils, as well as chickpeas entered into the Indian market that was imposed, as well as a fumigation requirement. Something that Canadian farmers, along with our provincial organizations, Alberta Pulse, Saskatchewan Pulse, Pulse Canada, along with CFIA, has been working really hard to promote the value and the high quality and the steps we take here in Canada to, take care of some of the Indian government's concerns as far as the introduction of foreign species or parasites, nematodes into their region. I know that discussion continues, but again, it hasn't really been resolved. And so, what's the next steps? The lack of a trade agreement with India makes that a longer process because we don't have that dispute mechanism, any way of trying to start that conversation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryder, time is up. Sorry, Mr. Carey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the witnesses for being here, and Mr. Vermeer, Mr. Hilgartner, Mr. Bose. When you say you're just farmers, well, I tell you, all of us around the table here, without you, we're not eating. And Canadians rely on the work that you do, and we want to make sure with this agreement, like really the concern, what we've been bringing forward is that this is going to affect families, this is going to affect businesses, this is going to affect sectors, and some of them negatively. And again, the committee earlier today, I had the minister, and again, we've been asking for economic impact studies since December 12th, so over 2 months, and we're still not getting them. The minister's mandate letter says that I believe she wants to maximize the implementation of, I'll probably read it here, but it's CETA and CPTPP, but it doesn't mention in there that maximizing the benefits of the new NAFTA. And the agreement was actually being discussed just as the mandate letters were being set out. So I believe it was you, Mr. Vermeer, who talked about CETA and how, the Europeans are actually trying to change things there. And we're concerned, and we just want to make sure that Canadians such as yourselves have an opportunity to come to committee, because we want to make sure that if there are going to be negative consequences, we've got the proper support programs in there, even though you would ideally want to continue doing exactly what you're doing. But so my question is to you, what does the government need to do to make this right? I've heard of challenges with the implementation dates that we need to have a look at, or you mentioned the compensation package, and maybe if you could comment to how they're doing in the CETA and the CPTPP agreements as well, if you have that knowledge. So maybe, Mr. Vermeer, you brought that up. Maybe you could start off.
I think first of all, one of the ways that the government could help us with the CUSMA implications, and it's something that Mr. Schoen had actually brought up, is right now we have a very porous border, and there are a lot of dye-filtered milk coming across our border, and this is not being inspected. Anything that looks white is just coming across as powder, and then getting across our tariff limits. And so that's something that our government could really do if they could help out with the CBSA and make sure that it's more strict on products that are already coming into Canada. That would be significant. It will really go a long way in helping Canadian dairy farmers and a lot of other industries in regulating our borders and making sure that they're tight and up to date with what is allowed. As for your compensation question, I think I've answered it a few times. Of course, Canadian dairy farmers, like you mentioned, would just prefer to fulfill market share themselves. I think we worry about the future. Like was mentioned before, Brexit is around the corner. The UK will be looking to negotiate its own trade deal. And of course, they were part of CETA when we agreed to that, where we had already given dairy market concessions. So we worry about what the U.S. did during the CPTPP agreements, which was pulling out of it. And then, of course, we gave them new concessions. So we really want to be clear with the government that this will not happen with the U.K. And because we're sitting in an industry now that is going to be faced by death by a million paper cuts. You can't keep giving out small increments of percentage of dairy market shares. There won't be an industry left.
Good. Mr. Bose, I see you're nodding your head. Do you have anything to add to that?
Just agreeing with what Mr. Vermeer said. And, you know, my family's been very proud of the fact that over 130 years, roughly, we've not taken government money. We've not had to use government money. But comment that we need to allow access to our markets because we're a trading nation. I don't see anything in this agreement that's going to allow us to trade south in the supply managed sectors without subsidies. And again, I just don't understand why we would throw government money into industries that don't need it if they were left out of this agreement like they were in NAFTA.
Well, I think you mentioned too these new American oversights and how it affects our sovereignty. Are you aware of any trade agreement that was ever negotiated that had something like this in it, or is this like a first that we see?
It's the first of its kind, and I think I asked Mr. Kirk, would the Americans agree to a clause like this, and Mr. Kirk politically said no. And I would agree, and I don't understand why we agreed to it. So that would be my rhetorical question for that.
Well, that, like I said, I've been asking, and my colleagues have been asking for these economic impact studies over and over and again, because we realize that small businesses, families, you will have to make investments. There's going to be business decisions that are going to have to be made, and without knowledge of the implementation, without knowledge of the compensation, it's just going to be extremely difficult. So I just want you to know that you're exactly the witnesses we need to hear from. And I think you'll be welcome, and we're hoping more of you come forward to help us, because ultimately, like I said, this is about families, this is about businesses, this is about sectors that are going to be negatively affected, and we really want to do the best job we can on this. So how am I doing for time?
Thank you. That's it. You've got 12 seconds.
All right.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all the witnesses coming to the committee and sharing your thoughts with us. You know, as I come from beautiful Surrey, Randeep and Mike. Mike, you have bore many different hats, and your family, you know, first of all, being the pioneer family in Surrey, as you mentioned. You have seen, you know, also in the agriculture, you have seen, you know, crop-based changing, you know, time to time. You know, now blueberries outstripped every other aspect of farming when it comes to agriculture. And secondly, you have also wore the hat to in charity and being volunteer on many different organizations. And lastly but not least, your great grandfather being the mayor, Uncle Bose, the mayor, and you have thrown your name, on the ballot previously, and I'm sure you will do that in the coming time as well, because you being involved on the ground. You have mentioned about the turkey industry and how it's going to affect you personally and your farm, and you have asked how we can support as a government. But if we look at overall scheme of things, the Surrey being the fastest growing municipality in Canada, you being in always on the forefront in public service, do you see the benefits that CUSMA brings, when it comes to small businesses, including women, that are running majority of the small businesses in Surrey? Trucking industry is another key, lumber, going back and forth to US. Can you give me your thoughts from Surrey perspective?
Without question, that many aspects of this trade deal are important and are going to benefit the city of Surrey and the country of Canada hugely. The grain sector, it's going to give them stability. My only issue is the instability it's going to cause within my industry and my family. I can actually give you the date. March 2023 is when we have to make a decision on whether our family is going to continue to farm or not. We know that. And we can only move forward if we have stability. And market stability and industry stability. And this agreement takes that away from us.
When NAFTA was signed, was it the other way around, or did it help at that time than with the CUSMA?
NAFTA did not include the supply managed industry segment of the agriculture industry. We always knew that this was going to come up. Even before talks started, we all knew that it was going to get renegotiated. We all knew that we were going to get thrown under the bus, so to speak. So it can't be a surprise, but we were hoping when the Pacific Partnership was negotiated, we were hoping that would include the U.S. From the turkey industry, the U.S. is our biggest threat. There aren't a lot of countries in the world that do produce turkey. Chile is the next biggest threat. Are their standards going to match ours? These are the questions, and it's been brought up. I've been here for the whole 5 hours, and it's been brought up many times about harmonizing our standards with the others, and not lowering our standards, but raising everybody else's standards. Because those standards come at a cost, a huge cost. On our farm, 12 years ago, we built a new barn. It lowered our carbon footprint. We burn half as much gas to produce the same amount of birds. We use way less than half the electricity. We've put in LED lights. We've made investment, significant investment. And being included the way we are in this agreement has impacted our security.
Thank you for all the great work that you and your family has done in Surrey, and always inspired.
Thank you. Mr. Savard Tremblay for 2 minutes.
Well, once again, I have questions for the farmers. As we've already discussed, and I'd just like to repeat what my colleague said about how important your role is as farmers. Farmers are the only professionals we need 3 times a day. Really, with the 3 meals a day. We need accountants once a year, lawyers as little as often, but farmers, we need you 3 times a day. The first thing we do in the morning is open our fridge door. and look inside it. And so thank you for your big contribution. And we're proud of you. And we need to be very careful about your sector. It can't be treated like a car manufacturing factory. There needs to be a framework. There needs to be regulations to protect your industry. Now, we won't rehash what's been said on several occasions already, but there are ramifications to this new CUSMA that will affect you. You've spoken on numerous occasions about compensation, but now I'd like to focus more on the issue of the transition timeframe. Earlier, Mr. Vermeer, you gave the example of once it's voted in, that the compensation really needs to be sent by check and hit your mailbox as soon as possible. But is there a particular point that that ratification would be optimal so that you would have enough time to be prepared?
I think that the first ramifications that we're going to feel are that of the Class 7, because that ends 6 months after CUSMA is ratified by all 3 countries. So if that would be in line with the compensation package, because we will feel the effects of that Class 7 inside our industry. Another further to that, with the CETA agreement, we were guaranteed 1 full year of payment, but the next 7 years of payment were not guaranteed yet. So any sort of compensation package that were to be rolled out for supply management producers would need to have guarantees on it. We can't do any sort of investment or innovation or efficiencies based on the promises of a government.
Very much. On to Mr. Blakey.
Thank you. Mr. Vermeer, I know we heard earlier from my Liberal colleague, Mr. Arya, that Canadians are paying high prices for milk. I think the evidence actually suggests otherwise, that Canadians pay a fair market price for their milk. The difference is that we're able to support our producers doing it, and where other people are paying comparable prices, they're not necessarily able to support an industry in the way that Canada has been able to do that. He also talked about opening up export markets, but I mean, what I find odd, if you take milk, for example, I mean, the world has a number of countries that have systems that produce massive quantities of milk, to the point in some cases where producers can't stay in business. I mean, so I understand for Canada, where we're particularly good at growing grain, for instance, and we don't, like, the Canadians aren't going to eat enough grain to keep grain producers in business. That's a natural export market. But I mean, it seems to me that the model, and correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, the model doesn't work for milk. If everybody becomes a massive milk exporter, then we're not going to be able to sustain producers. People aren't going to be able to make a buck. It seems to me that there's something wrong with a free trade model that we're trying to push across the world that says everybody should be overproducing and bringing the price down to the point where the producer can't make a buck. What does the future of the industry look like if the idea is that everybody is supposed to be able to become a low-cost exporter instead of producing to meet demand?
Yeah, it's a great question. And some good points that you make. I think in regards to your export question, I don't think we're not looking to mass export dairy products. We were able to innovatively create a milk class that solved a need for us, and so we were able to use export markets to complete that need, and that worked very well for us, and it was fair for free trade agreements. So that's one of our issues, and that's what we lose with U.S. dairy sovereignty and now having American oversight inside of our dairy policies. We can't create innovative policies like that without notifying our competitors. So that's a really big issue. I think too, like your point to mass producing milk, it's a race to the bottom then, right? To the lowest cost price available, and that will very often lower the levels of animal welfare and environmental sustainability. And that's one of the things that Dairy Farmers of Canada are most proud of with our Pro Action initiative, that we hold some of the highest animal welfare standards in the world, and we have one of the lowest carbon footprints for environmental sustainability in the world. So it's very, very important for us, and we're able to keep those levels because of the supply management industry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much to all of the witnesses. It was very interesting. We've had a full day of this. I think of all of the panels that appeared before us, this is the panel that most of us found most captivating. So thank you for taking the time to care, and thank you for not being just farmers, but great Canadians. So thank you all very much for being here. Meeting adjourned.